Check test, hello.
Okay, good afternoon, council, staff, and those participating either in person or online. I'll call the council meeting to order for Monday, July 25th, 2022, and this is the 2 p.m. or the first portion of our meeting for today. I'll look to adopt the agenda, and we have two potential changes. The first is with regards to the in-camera portion. We had 4 items that were being discussed. Item B, OLT appeal, Huntingwood Woods Trails, Westlands. We will remove that today, and that item will come back to us, but at a later meeting, a later council meeting. And the second is that we had a request from Mr. Tim Fryer to be able to give a deputation at the 5 p.m. portion of the meeting this afternoon. I think that most would concur that Mr. Fryer has been actively engaged with regards to the issue in which he wishes to speak to, which would be the new Tecumseh Water Agreement. And I would look to amend or have somebody amend the agenda to remove the item from the agenda, and then secondly, potentially add the ability for Mr. Fryer to make a deputation at 5 this afternoon. So, with that, I will put on the floor that the content of the council agenda for July 25, 22 be adopted as presented, and then I'll look for somebody to move and second potentially an amendment. So, Councillor Berman, are you prepared to put forward those 2 amendments? Okay, and do you have a seconder? Councillor Jeffrey, are there any questions concerning the 2 amendments? Seeing none, I'll call the question.
Sorry, what are the 2 amendments again? Just the removal of the one in-camera item and then
the addition of Mr. Fryer's ability to have a deputation. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
On the deputation request, the email from Mr. Fryer last week was that he was not able to depute to the earlier meeting today. You announced earlier today that there's going to be another opportunity to depute. I'm not sure why we didn't just accept the questions or concerns in writing and move forward with the agenda as presented. So on the second amendment, I'll vote against that second amendment.
Okay, fair enough. So noted. Any other questions, concerns? Okay, so I'll call the question to, first what I'll do is I'll call the question to adopt the 2 amendments, and then I'll bring back the agenda as a whole. So on the question of the 2 amendments, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. Those opposed? And that is so noted.
Yeah, that I said I would vote against the second amendment. Put them both together.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I inferred that they should be separated. I should have made it clear.
Okay, that's fine. And with permission of council, I'll refer to the clerk that if we could just simply amend the record to show that Councillor Carrier unofficially requested a split and has voted accordingly. And I think we acknowledge the vote as such. So then we will table the agenda as presented with the 2 adopted additions, or 1 addition and 1 subtraction. And I've got the same mover and the same seconder, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? So carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest related to this afternoon or later today? It takes us to item 4 on the agenda, and that is to proceed in camera. And whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session, therefore be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to and here are the following reasons. 1, personal matters about the identifiable individual, including town local board employees. That would be item C. proposed or pending acquisition or disposal of land for town or local board purposes. That would be D and C, labor relations or employee negotiations. Item C, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the town or local board. Items A and C, the receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Again, A and C, a position plan, procedure criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and that would be D. The items for discussion, A is item 255-42821, Ontario Limited, in brackets 004315 OLT appeal of the zoning bylaw amendment 2022-007. B has been stricken. C, confidential corporate updates. And D, the potential land acquisitions. Can I get a mover and a seconder to proceed in camera? I've got Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod and Councillor Doherty. Are there any questions related to the matters of in camera today? Seeing none, I will call the question. Those in the affirmative, and that's carried unanimously. And at, we'll call it 2:07 p.m., we will move from the council chamber to the Braniff for the in-camera portion. Thank you. Okay, council, if I could get a mover and seconder to move from the in-camera back into open session with a rise, please. Councillor Madigan and Councillor Berman. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Just for the public record, this afternoon, Council started today's meeting at 2 p.m. At, I guess, about 4:30, after lengthy discussion, we recessed so that additional information could be obtained by staff for a particular item. We then reconvened at about 10 to 5. And of course, now we're back in the open session to conduct the rest of council's business this evening. So with that, I would like to note that earlier today, at the outset of the meeting, there was an addition and a subtraction to the agenda. The subtraction to the agenda was with regards to an item B for the items that were of discussion related to in-camera. That was an OLT appeal specific to Huntingwood Trails. And the addition was that we had a member of the public who has been engaging in a vested interest in the discussion that took place earlier today at a special meeting related to the new Tecumseh Water Agreement. And it was agreed upon that that individual will have an opportunity to make a deputation this evening, and we'll insert that in a moment. So before I carry on, Councillor Doherty, if you'd be kind enough to read the land acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of the Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better. And to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Appreciate that. So with that, we will then continue with our regular session. And the item that I'm going to start with is number 6 on the agenda, the adoption of minutes. And that being 6.1, regular meeting of council held July 18, 22, and that the minutes of the council meeting held July 18, 2022 be approved as presented. And could I have a mover and seconder for that? I've got Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod and Councillor Doherty. And those voting in the affirmative, carried unanimously. Is there any business arising from the previous minutes? Okay. That will move to community announcements. And before I go around the table, I would turn this over to Director Valentine to introduce a new member of the team.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And it's my first time at the podium with written notes like 2019, just so I don't forget all of Tammy's wonderful accomplishments. But thank you so much. It's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce to you the successful candidate of the recent competition for the Manager Building Services and CBO for the town of Collingwood. We have with us here Ms. Tammy Hogg. And she does come to the town of Collingwood with experience as a deputy CBO, as well as a manager. and that is cumulative with her 20 years of municipal experience in positions in Guelph, Kitchener, and most recently Kingston. Tammy has just been with us for one short week, and she has already demonstrated what we saw quite clearly through the interview process, that she's focused on customer service, she's progress driven, and she has extensive background, not only on the technical side of building services, but on the people side as well. So we're so thrilled to have an individual with a long-standing record of initiative and relationship building, as well as strengths in innovation, join the Collingwood team, and we hope that you will also join us in welcoming her to the town.
Great. Thank you. And Tammy, it's a pleasure to have you with us tonight here in the chamber. And we certainly want to extend a heartfelt welcome to the community, but more importantly to the corporation. And we look forward to very good things happening within the department. So you're welcome to say a few words.
I want to say thank you. So far, it's been great 6 days.
Hey.
So look forward to working with everyone.
Yeah,
Thanks.
wonderful. Photo op, please. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Director Valentine. With that, I will then ask Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod to start us off with community announcements.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor Hull. And I just have one item today, and that is, well, I've been to First Presbyterian Church here in Collingwood many, many times over the years, but I have to confess I've never cried during a service before. Well, maybe at one of my friends' weddings. But I was proud to represent the acting mayor yesterday at the farewell service for the Rayburn Gibson family, who are moving on to London after 22 years as the worship leaders at that church. It's an active and energetic congregation, and it was quite entertaining to see the children perform after their vacation Bible school. And it was a touching ceremony for Tim Rayburn Gibson and for Kim, their music minister, and for their daughter Haven, who is very active in the youth ministry. And they will be sorely missed. And and the chicken was excellent. So I'm kind of glad that the acting mayor was unavailable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Madigan?
Yeah, it's sort of see one of my childhood friends' older sister leave. Kim Hanley grew up here. Her brother's on the bowling alley, and they've been a staple in this community for a very long time. My community announcement is about my good friend. Even though it happened outside of our community in Clearview Township, I witnessed the first ever hole-in-one the other day. Tom Samard, a local resident, his kids own Blue Mountain Vacuum Center. He sunk a hole-in-one on 172 yards, and it was quite exhilarating to see. I've never come that close, so just congratulations to Tom. And we don't drink beer on the golf course, so I've just admittedly said that Tom will, every time that you see him, he's happy to buy anyone a beer wherever you see him, because he has to do that. There was no clubhouse that day, so congrats, Tom, and I'll keep up my attempts.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just two announcements. There's a lot going on in the community, and this week is no different. Tomorrow night, the Be the Change film series continues for 2022, and the film that will be presented is Motherload, which chronicles a global movement of people replacing cars with cargo bikes. And that's at 8:30 at the Collingwood Brewery. And Wednesday night at the museum, another presentation of jazz at the museum, and that is between 6 and 8. Bring your own lawn chair. That's it for me. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Berman?
Nothing for me tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey?
Nothing this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hamlin?
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor. I just wanted to remind the community that our draft official plan is out for review currently. It was presented 2 weeks ago. Sets the tone and the framework for development in our community in the coming decades. And the community session for feedback is only 8 days away. And if I could please direct anyone who's interested to the Engage Collingwood site, the draft official plan is there. And although there's a lot of words, as is usual in most things, pictures tell 1,000 words. And at the very end of that lengthy document are the maps. And they show where the main roads are proposed, where the intensified development is contemplated, where the environmentally sensitive areas are, and so on. So even if one could look at the pictures and then offer their thoughts, it can also be done in writing, and I'd encourage everyone to have a look. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Carrier?
Nothing for me this evening, Acting Mayor Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one announcement, and that is that on the 1st of August, the community, in support and celebration of Emancipation Day, will fly the Black Liberation flag at our library. This weekend, for July 29 through August 1, is the festival to, again, celebrate emancipation. This is a result of the act that was put in place in 1834 that abolished slavery throughout the British Empire. And in the year of 1862, members of the Black community, for both Grey, predominantly Grey, but Simcoe as well, had the first emancipation celebration, and it is a annual celebration that continues to this day. The last couple of years, one in particular, it, like many others, went online. And for those who had an opportunity to take in the production, it was fantastic. And it spoke to the history, it spoke to the importance, and it was really something to not only hear from descendants, but from various walks of life, whether it be political, arts and culture, etc. And for those that have not attended, I would certainly encourage you to do so. But if not, and you want to support, again, please, you can attend the raising of the flag, the Black Celebration flag, or Black Liberation flag on Monday, August the 1st. And lastly, for more information at emancipation.ca, you can find more information specific to the festival itself. So with that, we will conclude the public announcements, and we'll move to our public meeting. So just for clarity, so I'm going to insert our sole deputation after the public meeting. I think gauging by the audience, there are a fair number who are here for the public meeting, and we'll stick to the agenda for that, and then we'll move forward after the fact. So with that, I'm going to read the following, and that is, it's a public planning meeting introduction for the Collingwood Quay. Welcome to Collingwood's public planning meeting for the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for Block 6 of the shipyards, located on the north side of Side Launch Way and known as Collingwood Quay. Members of the public will be invited to offer their comments or concerns respecting the proposal once staff have completed their respective review. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public discussion will be allowed. Before closing, I will ask 3 times for further comments. I will then ask council members if they have any final questions for staff. It is very important that town receive the correct names and addresses, including postal code of individuals having an interest in in the planning application. Therefore, if you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you want to be notified of any future council or committee meetings concerning the application being considered, you must provide this information. Under the Planning Act, only those who have verbally expressed any comments or concerns here tonight or provided a written submission of any comments or concerns prior to council's decision have the right to appeal any decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And 2, if you do not make an oral submission this evening or a written submission to council before the council decision, you may not be added as a party to an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. This meeting is being video recorded and streamed on the municipal YouTube channel and broadcast on Rogers TV. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. The minutes will be available to the general public, including the town's website. And with that, I will ask that Director Valentine make some introductions and take us through the staff portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in the interest of time and with your concurrence, I would suggest we move straight to the staff presentation, and Community Planner Teakle is here today to take us through.
All right. Good evening, your Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, and residents. My name is Justin Teakle. I'm the Community Planner assigned to the file for Collingwood Quay. Next slide, please. So the meeting will follow the town's standard public meeting format. Mayor Hall has already provided an introduction, and the remainder of the meeting will consist of confirmation of public notice, an overview of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment review process, municipal overview of the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment by planning services, additional remarks by the applicant, and then the meeting will be open to receive any comment or questions from the public, followed by comments and questions from council. Next slide, please. Tonight's public meeting is required under sections 22 and 34 of the Planning Act. In accordance with the Planning Act, I can confirm that notice of complete application was published and circulated on November 25th, 2021. Notice of complete application was given by ordinary mail to every landowner within 120 meters of the subject lands and published in the Collingwood Connection newspaper. Next slide, please. In accordance with the Planning Act, I can confirm that notice of public meeting was published and circulated on June 30th, 2022. Notice of public meeting was given by ordinary mail to every landowner within 120 meters of the subject lands and published in the Collingwood Connection newspaper. Next slide, please. This slide provides a general overview of the development review process. So a pre-consultation meeting was held as the first step with the applicant on June 24th, 2020. The applicant was subsequently provided with a detailed set of comments for completing their application submission. Step 2 involves the applicant submitting their official planning and zoning bylaw amendment application under the Planning Act, accompanied by the required plans and reports. The applicant submitted the application on October 6, 2021. The application was reviewed by Planning Services and deemed complete on November 16, 2021. The notice of complete application was published and circulated as noted previously on November 25th, 2021. Step 3 involves the circulation of the application submission to various town departments and external agencies for review and comment. Per step 4, the application is currently under review and comments being provided. This brings us to step 5, tonight's statutory public meeting. We are here this evening to receive comments from the public on the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. I'll return to this slide later in the presentation to review the steps following tonight's meeting. Next slide, please. The application submitted is for an official plan amendment as well as a zoning bylaw amendment, which was submitted on October 6th. The applicant is FS Shipyards LP, care of Collingwood Development Limited. The subject lands are not yet municipally addressed, but are Block 6 of the Shipyard subdivision, located on the north side of Side Launch Way, just east of the northern terminus of Huron-Ontario Street, and represent an area of approximately 0.73 hectares. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial photograph of the site outlined in red from 2018. Notable change since this image was taken is the vacant lands on the west side of the Side Launch Basin are now fully developed, and the Huron House development is now under construction to the southeast of the subject property on the opposite side of Side Launch Way. The site is bound by the harbor to the north, public parklands in the harbor to the east and west, and a future public plaza and Side Launch Way to the south. Subject lands are known as Collingwood Quay and are presently vacant. Next slide, please. This slide provides some visual site context to the subject property as it appears now on the left, and on the right, an overview of neighboring uses, including residential shipyards neighborhood to the west, commercial uses, including Mountain View Town Center to the south, which includes Rexall and BMO, vacant lands known as Perfect World across the dry dock basin to the east, and the harbor to the north. Next slide, please. In terms of surrounding land uses, the lower 2/3 of the site are immediately bound by parkland intended for the extension of the waterfront promenade. Across the side launch basin to the west are residential uses, including apartments and townhouses within the shipyards neighborhood. Across the dry dock basin to the east is vacant property zoned for future mixed-use development. The harbor is to the north, side launch way, and the downtown commercial uses are located to the south. And the subject property is not within or adjacent to the downtown Collingwood Heritage Conservation District. Next slide, please. In terms of existing land use designations, the County of Simcoe official plan designates the town of Collingwood as a primary settlement area, which is where a significant portion of population and employment growth is to occur. Primary settlement areas are suitable for intensification, public transit services, have full municipal services, and are intended to develop as complete communities. The Town of Collingwood official plan designates the subject lands as shipyard special policy area, and Schedule A1 further designates the subject property as commercial and parkland. The parkland designation relates to approximately a 5-meter wide strip crossing the site from east to west, contemplated for an easement in favor of the public to connect the future waterfront promenade on either side of the subject property. Permitted uses in this shipyard special policy area and commercial include all commercial uses permitted in the downtown core. Large format retail uses are not permitted, and the maximum gross floor area of any retail commercial establishment shall generally be 465 square meters. Medium density residential uses are also permitted, subject to residential uses being located above at-grade commercial uses. Medium density residential includes high-rise apartments, a maximum of 6 stories. Standalone residential uses are not permitted. A public plaza is required by the official plan as an extension of Ontario Street on the north side of Side Launch Way. And the official plan also requires that the northern end of the subject site shall only permit the development of a restaurant use no greater than 2 stories. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned Deferred Commercial DC and Recreation Exception 5 or Rec 5. The Rec 5 zone is again related to the approximately 5-meter wide strip crossing the site from east to west. A deferred development zone is used when the final zoning classification for land has yet to be established. This may occur when the official plan designation has set the form of development, but as no specific development application has been filed, and a council decision on the final zoning has then been deferred. Next slide, please. So in terms of the vision that's trying to be achieved, these next few slides provide a general overview of the development concept for the site, noting that a site plan control application, which is where those really fine-grained detail matters of layout get refined, has not yet been filed. So this slide shows the preliminary site plan for the property. North and the harbor are oriented to the right and Side Launch Way to the left. A public promenade is proposed around the perimeter of the site. A public plaza is proposed on the top left as an extension of Ontario Street, as required in the official plan. Commercial uses are proposed fronting this plaza at grade, with the remainder of the ground floor for residential use. An approximately 10-meter wide plaza is proposed at the northern end of the site to connect to the promenade on the east and west sides of the site. A 6-story building with a mezzanine at the north end is proposed together with underground and surface parking, landscaping, and private outdoor amenity space. Next slide, please. So this is an artistic rendering of the development concept as seen from the harbor looking southeast. So for some context, you can see the Rexall building in the background at the bottom right. Next slide, please. It's another artistic rendering. This view is looking southwest from the harbor. You can see the existing shipyards buildings across the Side Launch Basin in the background. Next slide, please. This is a view of Side Launch Way looking northwest into the development with the dry dock basin in the foreground. Next slide, please. And this is a view looking northeast showing the Side Launch Basin and the public plaza at the end of Ontario Street in the foreground. Next slide, please. So in order to achieve the vision on the previous slide, some policy amendments are required to the official plan and zoning bylaw, known as the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. So in summary, the proposed official plan amendment would redesignate the property within the context of the shipyard special policy area from the existing commercial and parkland designations to mixed use exception and parkland designations. The green on the image represents existing commercially designated lands proposed for parkland, and the yellow representing existing parkland designation proposed for mixed use. So a gain of area designated for parkland overall is proposed. Next slide, please. So more specifically, in terms of the official plan amendment, the mixed use exception policy that's been applied for proposes permissions for residential units on the ground floor of the building, except alongside Launch Way, a minimum requirement of 300 square meters for ground floor commercial space for the subject property, a residential dwelling cap of 101 units and a requirement for a public plaza at the end of your Ontario Street extension, and reconfiguration of the waterfront trail system around the perimeter of the site. The amendment would also address policy changes resulting from the removal of the property from the existing shipyard special policy commercial designation. These changes would include deletion of requirements for a minimum commercial gross floor area across the commercial designation, as well as a standalone restaurant requirement on the site. Next slide, please. So in terms of the zoning bylaw amendment, in summary, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the property from deferred commercial DC and recreation exception 5, Rec 5 zones to downtown commercial exception and recreation exception 5s to realize the development proposal and associated reconfiguration of parkland. Consistent with the official plan amendment, the area to be rezoned for recreation associated with the waterfront property shown in green is larger than the recreation area shown in yellow, proposed to be rezoned for downtown commercial exception. Next slide, please. So more specifically, the downtown commercial exception zone that has been applied for would include permissions for ground floor residential dwelling units, except alongside Launch Way, a maximum building height of 28 meters, a maximum front yard setback of 31 meters, a minimum vehicular entrance width of 4.4 meters, and a maximum bicycle parking space requirement of 18 spaces. Next slide, please. So overall, the effect of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments is to allow the property to be developed for a 6-story mixed-use residential commercial building and reconfigure parkland to be located around the perimeter of the site adjacent to the water. Next slide, please. So in terms of comments that have been received to date, comments with no objection include Simcoe County District School Board, Enbridge, and the Ministry of Transportation. Agencies and departments that have provided comments for the applicant to respond and address to that staff are tracking include Environmental Services, Engineering, Parks, Recreation and Culture, our Landscape Peer Reviewer, our Urban Design Peer Reviewer, as well as the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. 2 written public comments have been received to date regarding height and continuation of the waterfront promenade. Next slide, please. In terms of issues being tracked, they include interface of the proposed development with the public realm, including the 2 future public plazas, as well as side Launch Way, ensuring permitted commercial uses animate the adjacent public space, provision of appropriate waterfront spaces, ensuring coordination of the shipyard's designation policies, ensuring adequate servicing, and addressing agency and department comments. Next slide, please. So after tonight's public meeting, the next steps include potential changes by the applicant to the proposal based on additional information based on the public input and technical comments received, writing of a comprehensive staff report providing a recommendation on the application to Development and Operations Services Committee and Council, Council's decision on the application at a regular meeting of Council to approve or refuse the zoning bylaw amendment and adopt or refuse the official plan amendment. Following Town Council's decision point, Simcoe County Council is the final approval authority for the official plan amendment, so that application will then proceed to County Council. Following decision of the respective councils, notice of passing or refusal will be circulated to all individuals and organizations who have requested notice, and this notice will be posted in the local newspaper. Subsequent to council's decisions, there are appeal periods should anyone wish to appeal the decision of either council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If amendments are passed by the respective councils and no appeals are received within the appeal periods, then the amending zoning bylaw and official plan amendment would come into effect. Next slide, please. So this slide outlines opportunities for members of the public to stay informed for when the application will be considered by council. Members of the public can check the town's website to review committee meeting agendas, or there's an option to subscribe to meeting updates or of interest via the town's website. If a member of the public wishes to receive notice of decision of zoning bylaw amendment application, please email the town clerk. And if you wish to receive notice of decision of the official plan amendment, please email the Simcoe County clerk. I want to remind everyone that tonight's meeting is to receive comment on the application from members of the public and share information on the proposal. Should anyone wish to submit additional comments or concerns following the meeting, you're welcome to email me at jteakle or jtea KLE@collingwood.ca. This concludes Planning Services presentation. Thank you, Your Worship, council, and members of the public. I understand the applicants are also in attendance this evening and wish to provide some brief remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teagle, for the presentation. And I'll just confirm with Director Valentine, that concludes staff's portion. Okay. Clerk Olmos, just a technical question. I think that tonight is the first public meeting that we've had since the outset of COVID, the pandemic. It once was practice that if somebody was approaching the podium that they would sign paper with the name and address. Is that in place, or are we just verbally providing name and address tonight?
Thank you, Chair, Acting Mayor Hall. At this point, we will only be requiring, as long as the full name and the address of the proponent is provided, that would be sufficient.
Okay, great. Perfect. So at this time, before we go around the table, we will open up the public portion. And we do have members here in the gallery. I think what I'll do is I will first invite, if they wish to, come before the podium, any representatives from the developer that wishes to speak. Good evening.
Acting Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of Council, and senior staff. My name is Fred Serafero. I'm one of the principals at Fram Slocker. It's exciting to be back in person again, as you mentioned, and to be here again with our last phase of the shipyard redevelopment in downtown Collingwood. So this is a really important piece. This is obviously the terminus of Main Street here, Ontario. We have spent the better part of about maybe last 3 years really planning this phase out. We've had lots of consultation with planning, with community services, given the fact there's going to be an extension of the promenade and waterfront park. And so we went back to the OPA number 2, that's probably almost 20 years old now, the early official plan for the shipyard. We wanted to make sure that the promenade was extended across the whole site. As it stands right now, the two sides of the promenade on the launch basin and the dry dock are kind of interrupted with an easement. So we went back and we agreed to extend it, dedicate an extra 7,000 square feet of parkland to the town. And we basically realigned some of the building location and commercial spaces. And this is it. So if anyone has any question from the public, I'll be here. And Justin, I think, did a great presentation. So unless there's any particular questions, I'm available to answer those now. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any specific questions from council? Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for being here tonight. So with that, because this is a hybrid format, Clerk Olmos, I'll go to you first. Is there anybody from the public? This would be the first call, but the first call, is there anyone online that would like to pose a question or comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. All of those attending virtually, if you're interested in addressing this application this evening, please press the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. And at this point, we do have one individual, Mr. John Welton.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Welton.
I apologize. I did not mean to raise my hand. I'm waiting for a future topic.
Okay,
I'll lower
perfect.
my hand.
Okay, thank you.
No further individuals at this time, Your Worship.
Okay, I will come back to you. Is there anybody in attendance tonight calling for the first time who would like to speak to council specifically on this matter? Okay. I'll call for the second time, and just to be sure, Clerk Olmos, is there anyone online that would like to speak?
Not at this time, Your Worship.
So calling for the second time, is there anybody in the gallery tonight that would like to speak to this public matter? And I will call then for the third and final time. No one online. And this is the last opportunity for anybody in the gallery to speak to this matter. Okay. So with that, then, I will look around the table. Is there anyone within council who would have question for perhaps our planning staff or the applicant? Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I have a few comments and a question as well. My first comment is that I would hope that Slocker could bring forward their site plan application so we could look at it in context with these suggested changes. It is impossible to know how this site will look and how it will function. And typically, in my experience, we would see a site plan come forward together with a site-specific zoning bylaw of this nature. So I would just add that as a comment out for our staff to consider. I also wanted to comment, I noticed in Planner Teakle's presentation that the standalone restaurant contemplated at the north end of this project was being deleted. And I have to say, not a week has gone by that I'm sitting on this council that I haven't had a member of the public say to me, why are we the only community on a body of water in Ontario that doesn't have a restaurant on its waterfront? And I have been consistent in saying, just wait, just wait, it's coming. So I just wanted to add for staff's consideration that I think this was an important consideration when the policies were put in place for the shipyards, and that needs to be, and the removal of that needs to be carefully considered. I also, I'll ask one question. I noted that the presentation tonight contemplated a maximum of 6 stories, and I have 2 questions with respect to that. The first one is, what is the current height limit contemplated by the official plan that we now have? And secondly, I noticed the maximum height identified in the presentation was 28 meters, which by my simple estimation is about 9 stories. So I'm just wondering if those 2 questions could be answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. I'll direct them to Director Valentine if you see to Justin Teakle or...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, perhaps Justin can start on the second question, and I'm going to have to refer to the new official plan momentarily, if you'll give me a moment to answer the first question.
Perfect. Mr. Teakle, if you take the second question then.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hamlin. So the current official plan requires or has a maximum set of 6 stories. Based on the elevations they've provided to date, the 28 meters is consistent with what they're proposing. It may be that it provides a little bit of room for flexibility for them, but it certainly, I don't think, would permit them to have a 9-story building or anything much above 6. There is a small mezzanine above the 6-story floor at the north end of the building. So that does make the building a little bit higher. And the other thing to consider here is that the building is also raised up given the context on the waterfront, which would give it a little bit of additional height. But that would be the parking garage below that would be raising it up.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer the second question? For you?
It does. And then I'll just leave this comment. And I think we had this discussion briefly with respect to the project that Streetcar has under construction now, which is how do we measure a height of a building? And because if each, I'll just say 6 stories can easily become 9 if each story has, I'll say, 2-story windows, to give a really simple example. So I'd like staff to give some thought to what the height should be in terms of meters, having regard to the other buildings in the shipyard so that we don't have the wrong look there, if I can put it. Views and vistas are important, and I just want to make sure we don't end up with the equivalent of a 9-story building. Thank you.
And specific to the first question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a reminder that the new official plan wouldn't apply to this particular application, as it was made under the old official plan, or the existing official plan, I should say, and zoning bylaw. But the new official plan, which is open for public consultation currently, would be looking at mid-rise buildings to be between 3 stories to 8 stories with a maximum height of 27 meters, whichever is less.
Okay. Thank you, Director Valentine.
And if I could, I'm sorry, I do have one more comment if I could.
Please.
And that is the official plan policies for the shipyards require architectural guidelines be followed for the shipyards, and I believe those were worked out in some detail. And in my experience, sitting here and looking at previous phases of the shipyards, I became aware that there was no architects looking at this as contemplated by the guidelines. So I just again wanted to draw this to staff's attention for when the plans come forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for those questions. They were along the similar lines that I was thinking, but I have one more, and that is actually for the proponent. And so my question is that as contemplated and presented tonight, a person could be walking alongside Launchway and go all the way around this building, circumnavigate it with the water on their right or left-hand side the entire time through the chair.
Sure.
To Deputy Mayor, yes, correct. We have, as I mentioned before, we have made allowance now to do the additional dedication of parkland so that the path along the water be continuous from side launch all the way around the whole, I guess, perimeter of the property.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And any final questions from Council? Okay. Seeing none, then I will close the public meeting specific to this matter. And again, just a reminder that no decision is being made tonight. This will come back at a later date with recommendations made by our staff. And for those who didn't but wish to, there's still an opportunity to provide comment for consideration. Okay. Thank you. So with Council's indulgence, I didn't specifically state where we would, but based on our discussion earlier, Mr. Fryer will be permitted to come forward and make a deputation. So I'm going to take it upon myself that at this point we do so. So Mr. Fryer, come on forward. And for those who are watching and who are with us tonight, this morning we started at 10 o'clock and there was a meeting that was specific to the new Tecumseh water agreement. And there was an opportunity, because it was a special meeting, for public engagement or comment. And Mr. Fryer, you've been engaged through the process and weren't able to attend, so you made a request for tonight, and that's been granted. So the floor is yours, sir.
Acting Mayor Hull and members of Council, I very much appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to address you on the matter of the new Tecumseh water supply agreement. My email request this afternoon was well after the delegation deadline, and as well, the topic isn't on the current agenda. So I recognize the special consideration I have been provided due to the very unusual circumstances. As you know, I had considered making an advance request last Wednesday to bookmark a spot in case it was necessary. But with no report after the July 18th 2-hour in-camera session, it didn't appear to be necessary. As such, I was unable to attend this morning, and with the town website problems last night, I couldn't complete my initial input in advance. So I will present these reflections now, partly based on the previous discussions and also the short timeline in play. I have tried to précis my 20 minutes of thoughts to the more appropriate 5 or 6 minutes that you are providing me. I will follow up with a written copy of these additional points by email shortly. To begin, I wanted to reflect back on some of the other major benefits of the original agreement. From my perspective as CFO of the Collingwood Public Utilities when it was struck. $2 million benefit of use payment was structured with $700,000 upfront, which was directed to the municipality and used to purchase the railway right-of-way. That allowed the creation of the Barrie Collingwood Railway. Then, when I was on council, it was sold to the county for well over $1 million. The 1.3 remainder was paid off in increments at an interest rate, if I recall correctly, at 11%. The high-pressure, extremely secure concrete transmission line running to the Poplar Side Road border has been used to provide water to hundreds of new ratepayers in the area of the Robert Davie Reservoir. It created a much-needed loop system for security supply that would have been very costly in any other way. If I recall correctly, that was about a $4 or $5 million line that was paid for by $1 for Collingwood to have complete ownership and control of it. It is that control carrying forward that I am unsure about with the new agreement. Hopefully, some confirmation will be provided about what control Collingwood has maintained for future development in regards to that transmission line. The Collingwood Public Utility Service Board was adamant that it be concrete construction because of the expected high volume requirements, and hopefully that will benefit Collingwood as it has in the past. So the benefits not only were in regards to the sale of potable water to New Tecumseh, I just wanted to review that. I was pleased to read, if I interpret it correctly, that the take-or-pay philosophy, which protected revenue expectations, is still somewhat maintained. The new agreement does introduce a minimum demand level set at 9,000 cubic meters presently. I am hopeful that this means that generally they aren't taking 9,500 cubic meters per day as Collingwood ratepayers are enduring the ICBL period. If that is the case, then that is great because it harkens back to their commitment noted in the May 2021 staff report that in spite of confidence and trust in Collingwood being shaken, they continue to work with us in regarding our capacity issues. Still on the matter of take or pay, I was a little confused with the earlier discussion on Mr. McGarry's question of any possible lost revenue opportunity. My confusion ties back to the need for a roughly $1 million prior period adjustment reported in the 2021 financial statements. So it involves 2020 and 2021 after the original early 2020 termination date. It's unclear to me if this adjustment in fact removed the take or pay aspects, which if so could have resulted in a lost revenue situation. So it would be helpful to see more detail about those calculations in concerning that. To provide some direct comments after only being able to do a cursory review, first is something that immediately jumped out at me from the report. Aspects of this was discussed a number of times this morning too. It is in regards to the 18.5% interest negotiated compensation of just $6.5 million. The 18.5 determination was based on the 1999 value of $5,850,000 from page 8 of the Hempson report, and fully protected with profit sharing included from all sales to third parties. Based on an interest rate of just 3% over a 22-year period, it would be valued at over $11 million today. So I would appreciate some explanation about the 60% roughly result in this, because currently it looks favorable to New Tecumseh, similar to their $40 million reduction in the provincial debt they received last year from the province. As noted, profit sharing at 18.5% was to occur. And additionally, 5 cents per cubic meter on sales to third parties was to be paid to Collingwood under the current terms. Profit sharing on sales to others was an important pillar in the agreement when Council put it in place. But it does appear that there isn't anything in the new agreement, and there could be, because as I said, I just would be looking for clarification if there is some sort of sharing in any sales to third parties, not to New Tech itself. The other thing that wasn't really clear about this from the earlier discussion was that it purchased the initial 6,000 cubic meters. Meanwhile, New Tech now has access to 9,500 cubic meters per day. Treasurer Quinlan referred to payments made to New Tech, or made by New Tech, for capital, and my understanding is that this would have been for any additional costs to obtain that 3,500 more in capacity. It was unclear to me, but I'm positive that's the way it would have worked. It just wasn't really conveyed that way. So I'd just like clarification of it. One final point about the 6.5 million is that the initial investment in the 6,000 of capacity came from the water ratepayers, and it should, in my opinion, be left into reserves. It appears another favorable outcome is that it is indicated in new text portion that new text portion is 61% of 121 million, which is $74 million. Yet new text cost is reported to be only $71 million. I couldn't find any details in the report to explain any kind of differential there, so I would appreciate a clarification on that. The new text staff report to council also indicates that Collingwood's rate of about 60 cents per cubic meter is the second lowest of 7 other municipalities. The average for the 7 is 90 cents per cubic meter, or 50% higher. So is there a profit margin involved at all with the other municipality rates? And if so, has Collingwood been able to utilize the same? This highlights one of the unusual aspects of the matter in that it heavily involves a public process for another municipality too. That situation makes it difficult to provide input that is only based on what is best for Collingwood, because we don't know how the internegotiations have gone. So we recognize there's give and take. And so that's what I'm saying. I'm presenting my view as what's best for Collingwood, but I recognize there's another municipality involved, and there has to be a sharing of views and a reasoning. So some of the explanation, I'm sure, will involve that. I will leave off at these points, as New Tech is just having their public discussions right now. Those will need to be reviewed too before making further submission. In closing, it would be remiss not to dovetail back to the short timeline I noted about in the outset. My assumption is that the legal opinion has indicated that a new agreement has to be passed prior to lame duck. There are many concerns I have around that, if that is the case, but I will provide those in writing with my follow-up comments. Once again, I express my sincere appreciation for the latitude you have provided me. As I have stated to you in the past, I am following through as best I can to perform the due diligence I have as a former board member of the Collingwood Public Utilities Service Board prior to dissolution. Your leniency today assists me in that greatly. I certainly am prepared to answer any questions you may have, but I recognize at the outset that this would just be an input presentation from me, with staff following up with the various reports to council and public. So I will leave off at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fryer. And I think that given the fact that it was a sort of a special circumstance, we will leave it for tonight, but we will look for your written submission.
Yes.
And provide comment.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Okay. It takes us then to 9 on the agenda, which is staff reports. And the one staff report that we have this evening is 9.1. It has to do with the council composition and compensation. So I will look to our staff for introductions and presentation.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship. It is my pleasure to introduce Christopher Chen and Matthew Tripp on behalf of the Compensation Governance Partners. They have been retained by the town of Collingwood to undertake a review of the, it was actually a two-part review. It was first of all to investigate the status of members of council for the town of Collingwood and whether those positions should be full-time or part-time. And again, that was to look at it in addition to the Gallagher report that was undertaken for staff and included some components of council. It was concluded and approved by council back November 15th of 2021. And we wanted them to take a look at public feedback. We wanted them to look at the governance structure of the corporation of the town of Collingwood. In addition to that review, we also wanted them to provide a review of a reduction in composition to be able to offer full-time wages was a part of their undertaking as well. Understanding that if there was any recommendations pertaining to reduction or an increase in the number of members of council, that could not take effect until the 2026 council term. So with that, I will invite Christopher and Matthew to present their report to council and assist with any questions I can following that discussion.
Great, thank you. Gentlemen, that's both nice to see you both again tonight. And with that, we will turn the floor over to both of you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. In terms of the presentation, our assumption was that the presentation would be driven by by staff. We're happy to drive that through Zoom as well. Just want to make sure that we know who's bear with us a moment. Is this you, Matt? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So thanks very much for the time. My plan is to spend perhaps 15 to 20 minutes going through this report. It is quite dense. There's a lot of information there, a lot of material, a lot of statistics. But I think if we hit the high points, I think it'll get the gist across of our analysis. So with that, if we could move to the next page. So we were retained by the town to take a look at two mandates, one being size of council, and the other being compensation for members of council. So what this report contains is feedback from interviews that we were able to complete with members of the council, as well as former members of council. We put through a public survey where we had some responses from the community, which included in this report as well as part of our background thought process in terms of our recommendations. We've put forward here a group of comparator organizations, comparator municipalities that we feel is appropriate for the purposes of benchmarking both compensation and size for the council. And of course, we have our analysis and our recommendations. So what I would like to do is to run through this in pretty short order. And again, please feel free to ask questions throughout, or perhaps at the end is probably as appropriate because of the density of the material. So if we can move forward, thank you. Please move forward again, thank you. So in terms of the names of the interviewees, you see them at the very top of the page. You see there that we have also the former mayor, who was good enough to spend some time with us to give his thought process on what the roles at council constituted and how they should be paid. The size of council was a question that was put to most of the interviewees, and most believed that the size wasn't really an issue. A few commented that if the role of the councillor was made full-time, this perhaps could justify a reduction in council size, likely to a smaller number of councillors. In terms of compensation levels, there was a trend or a theme that was put forward by most of the councillors that the current levels of compensation make it less appealing for certain segments of your population to actually run. And we identified, people who are, I'll call young adults, ages 18 to 35, parents with young children, people on fixed income. So there is a view that it would be beneficial to have more and diverse groups running for and appearing on council to provide those views and that interest for the community. However, there is the countervailing view that the current compensation levels actually do make sure that if you are going to run for council, you're very, very strongly interested in municipal politics and you're running absent a financial motivation. So that again, these are strategic interview feedback that we actually collected. In terms of the interview and the interviewees, there was the realization that there's a need for this all to be supportable from the perspective of the community and from an optics perspective. And there was also the thought that, perhaps the increase in compensation, if there is one for councillors, should only come in conjunction with the reduction of the number of councillors. If I could move forward. Thank you. On the question of full-time versus part-time, the interviewees by and large thought that the mayor role should be full-time. There was significant time investment that was seen for that role, and that was above and beyond any role on Simcoe County. There were fewer council members who viewed the deputy mayor role as full-time. but recognize that there's a lot of responsibility in that role. And the opinions on the role of the counselor being full-time and part-time really varied. There was one sentiment that we captured that depending on the level of experience of the counselor, depending on the issues that were near and dear to the counselor's heart, there may be an argument that time commitment may be closer to full-time, but there wasn't uniform commitment that this should be a full-time role. And in terms of the role of the council member, I think there was general agreement that it has become more complex. There have been a few high-profile incidents that have happened through the most recent history of the town, and on top of that, there is a belief that there is more complexity just because of the devolution of responsibility from the province. Now, there is a thought that eventually this complexity from some of the incidents that have happened is going to decrease over time, but at its base, there's more complexity overall in terms of what is happening from a council role perspective. The other thing that we heard loud and clear was the idea that there is significant population growth coming, and that there is a complexity that's going to remain high. And we note that a few interviewees mentioned that because you are between the Blue Mountains and Wasaga Beach, you do get additional complexity from visitors to those two areas over the course of a year. Some other topics, there was a mention that there should be some or additional support for newly elected councillors, making sure they understood legislation, etc., and to make sure there's interest in making sure that there is an alignment of their interests with the appointments, etc. And again, this is all strategic interview feedback that we've collated and collected directly from the councillors. If we could move forward, thank you. Now we'll move to the survey that we put forward. So this survey was online, and we were able to get 58 respondents to come back with their thoughts and their views. So that was very, very helpful. If we could move forward. So the very first question that was asked, and a very short survey, by the way, for those of you who did not participate. So should the role of mayor be full-time or part-time? 2/3 to 1/3. There was a belief that the role of mayor should be full-time, coming in from the constituents who actually responded. If we could move forward. Resident outreach survey part 2. The deputy mayor role, should that be full-time or part-time? Less support. The numbers flipped the other way, whereas 2/3, 1/3, effectively, I'm rounding the math, 2/3, 1/3 who thought that it should still be a part-time role. The role of councillor was even more marked and even more pronounced in terms of the survey respondents. Almost 75% or 3/4 thought that this should be a part-time role going forward. If we can move forward. On the question of whether or not there were enough councillor members, it was pretty evenly split. Half and half, yes, no, not enough. So no real indication here in terms of a commitment that the 9 council members was enough. If we move forward. This is an interesting one in terms of the council's current compensation levels. So a significant group, 43% thought compensation was too low, about 20% thought it was too high, about 31% said it was just right. We also asked the question of how many of the individuals who responded actually knew how much compensation was being paid to these officials, and the answer is only 41%. So this is one of those where, because only a certain portion of the sample actually knew the dollars that were being paid to the counselors, take this one with a grain of salt. Okay, if we can move forward. So in terms of the survey, in terms of summarizing some of the things that we saw, so there was a lot of support for the mayor being a full-time role and having increased compensation within reason. Oh, by the way, people were provided the means of providing anecdotal comments on top of the questions that we asked. In terms of compensation levels, there was agreement from several that there should be increased compensation for a variety of reasons. Again, we spoke about trying to attract a different demographic to bring diversity of views to council, and that there should be a comparison to municipalities nearby. Some didn't think that compensation should be increased, and that other things like health and dental reimbursements, they seemed a bit high. They also cautioned that any increases to council should be sensitive to what's going on right now in the economy. So, a large double-digit increase, pick a number, 10%, when many are seeing more modest percentage increases, may be viewed quite negatively in the community. And again, there's a thought that, is there going to be a reduction of service levels in conjunction with the results of compensation increases? Now, I listened and I thought about that, and I realized your budget's over $100 million. I'm not sure if compensation increases to the council are going to result in any decreases in service, but that's just my view on the math of it. In terms of council size, there weren't any respondents who wanted to increase the size of council. There are a few who actually wrote in and said that they wanted to decrease the size of council. potentially helping to fund an increase in compensation for those who remained. And then there were a couple of comments that perhaps the way to go would be go to a ward system, wards versus the at-large system now. Again, things that we captured in the survey. So I'll pause, I'll stop there. And Matt, I don't know if you want to opine here because you're closer to the survey results than I was in terms of being able to give some commentary.
No, I think that's a very good summary. In general, there was noticeable alignment between residents and members of council.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, if we can move forward. So comparative group formation. And there is the old joke, like Archimedes is the lever in the moon, where the comparative group is pretty much everything that matters in compensation. The comparative group tends to drive compensation. So long story short, we started out with several criterion that we wanted to use to think about who should be a proper comparator municipality or organization for you all. So population, budget, were you a tourist attraction? What's your density? Like how many people in the geographical area? You know, were you close to the GTA? So of that list, after sitting back and thinking about it and looking at some of the data, we identified population as being a really good measure of complexity. But we also thought budget was a very important comparator as well. So as part of the explanation. So based on the feedback, you know, your population doesn't, in some cases, reflect the level of service you have to provide. Again, because of the fact that you have so much, and this is the second bullet point at the bottom of the page, second last bullet point, I'll call it overflow population that comes in over the course of time, which will swell your population. And again, I look at Wasaga Beach, look at Blue Mountains, and many of the visitors, 2 million is a number that we were able to receive. They frequent Collingwood. Another bit of feedback is that budget may be a better indicator of complexity. So grinding a bit more on budget, we took a look at budget compared to population. You rank 6th within your peer group. You've got Barrie, Clearview, Prince Edward County, Stratford, and the Blue Mountains ranked higher. If those names seem familiar from a tourist attraction perspective, of course they are. So you're similar-ish to these places in that though your population may be one number, your budgets tend to be higher. And again, all kinds of reasons why that might feed in terms of overflow because you're a tourist attraction. So we do feel that budget's a pretty good parameter to be using to think about how to pay councillors, deputy mayors, etc. We can move forward. So we started with 400 municipalities at the very gist of this. We use some standard consulting criteria, which is if you've got a number like a budget number, a population number, what's the municipality that's half the size and 2 times the size? Are there other municipalities in Simcoe County, Blue Mountains, etc., even though the population is below the threshold, theoretically speaking? So that was our starting point. To go forward. So I'm not going to grind this list other than to say that this preliminary list was 89. So n equals 89 is what we see above. So you see here that we've highlighted in green some of the things that we think are significant in terms of going to a narrower list. So are you part of Simcoe County? Is your population at least close to Collingwood's population, or at least the estimate based on what's going to go going forward? And do you have the kind of density which is a commensurate with what you see in Collingwood? So you see there we've got the greens to show how many check the boxes we can have. If we can go forward. So another page of it. I'll just pause a second here so people can peruse this. So you see, again, we've used the green check the box to see how many of them are within that set of comparators that make them more similar to you in Collingwood. Okay, if we can go forward again. Last page. I'll pause for a few seconds. Perfect. So the proposed comparator group, it's a smaller group. We narrowed this down to 23 municipalities. And what we've done here is we've tried to show your positioning against the comparators. And I'll take a moment in a bit to speak about percentile, perhaps not on this page. So you see here, there's a lot of green on this page. A lot of municipalities where you've got county checked off, or population, or budget, or your tourist attraction, or you've got some density, or you're in and around the GTA. And you see this is a much tighter list, relatively speaking. So when you take a look at this list, and I'll move your eyes over to the right-hand side, which is the 2021 population, that black gray chart to the right-hand side. You see there's some percentiles. And I'll do a brief explanation of that. So when you think about a percentile, which is P50, the median, this is high school math class. If you've got 100 theoretical organizations, the median is picking out the number from the 50th organization out of a list of 100. If there's P75, that's a 75th organization. P25 is a 25th organization. You're taking that number out and saying, what's the number for that organization out of a list of 100? Average is average. It's simple average. So you see there at the very bottom of that black chart, that Collingwood's number is 24,811 for 21 population. that positioning is about P50 or P49, close enough. So you're effectively right in the middle of the market, so to speak, in terms of this group of comparators. I'll point your attention to the chart below, which has a P75 of 105 million. So this is the budget of that group to the left-hand side. So what's the median budget? What's the average budget? What's the high budget? Upper quartile, P75. What's the low quartile at P25? You'll notice there that the talking point is different in that your budget is 115 and the P75 is 105. So you're in the top quartile, easily in the top quartile for budget for this group, even though your population is relatively speaking very similar. And again, this is why we felt population and budget were probably good indicators of where you should pay relative to market. If we can move forward. In terms of the comparative group, there are a few slides giving you a slice, so to speak, of what's in the group, whether or not you're in Simcoe County, how big was the population base that was being compared in the group, what were the budgets in the population base, were you a tourist or visitor attraction, what's your density in terms of high density versus low density, and were you part of the GTA? And again, just for anecdotal information to give you a bit of the color of what we're doing on this, what we were doing in terms of our analysis. Okay. If we could move forward. So now to the summary, and the summary gets to a bit of the grinding of the numbers. So I'll take some time to explain this for everyone. So if you take a look at that top chart, which is compensation, you see the three roles down that first column: mayor, deputy mayor, councillor. You see what we understand after confirming with the staff, what is being received right now by those three roles. So mayor at 45, deputy mayor at 32, councillor at 25. The columns that follow, P90, P75, P50, P25 average, those are the same kinds of statistics that we spoke about on the previous page, which is if you take 100 organizations, and I know we only have 20, 100 organizations, the 50th organization, that list of 100, is paying P50. So using that as a guide, for example, you see your mayor is getting paid 45, P50 for this market, middle of the market is 49, deputy mayor, 32, middle of the market is 29, councillor is 25, middle of the market P50 is 26. Sorry, I'm rounding just for simplicity. So you see there our beginning point for comparison. Again, we tend to use as consultants P50 as a safe harbor, just as a starting point for analytics. You see there the number of incumbents, the number of organizations that came back with data for mayor, deputy mayor, councillor, pretty healthy samples, 23, 15, and 23. And then the gaps to P50. So to that middle number in the market, what's the percentage gap? And you can see there that you've got the mayor at -7, you've got councillors at -4, and you've got the deputy mayor at actually +10. And the market positioning on the right-hand side is actually where I'll pick on the mayor because that's the most senior job, is actually where your mayor is being positioned in a group of 100. So if there's 100 theoretical organizations, your mayor is being paid the 34th out of 100 organizations. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully I explained that correctly or intuitively. Now, Matt, I'll give you a chance to re-explain that if I haven't done my job and tried to make it clear. I'll move to the chart below that, which is compensation, composition, and compensation ratios. So if you take a look at the organizations and council size, again, same percentiles, same math we've been using in the last couple of slides. We've got the middle of the market, which is P50. We've got upper quartile, P75, lower quartile at P25, and average in the mix as well. So for council size and the number of councillors, you're exactly in the middle of the market. So you see Collingwood in the light blue, 9 to 9, 7 to 7. You look at the P50 median numbers. So you're bang on the market. Positioning is P50. We also did some work. We did some ratio analysis, and ratio analysis is pretty simple. We divided, how much the mayor was making by the deputy mayor. And that might be the other way, actually. Apologies, Matt, if I got that wrong. But effectively, you're dividing the two numbers. You're dividing mayor and councillor. You're dividing mayor, deputy mayor, and councillor. Figure out what the ratio is. And you see there a little bit different story in that you take a look at the mayor-deputy mayor ratio. The middle of the market saying 150% is what the mayor should be paid versus the deputy mayor. The number is actually 140%. Mayor to councillor, 186% is what is the market. Right now, your mayor has been paid 178% of what a councillor is being paid. A deputy mayor, 123 is the middle of the market. Your number is 126, rough justice. Again, the numbers are very tight, by the way, in terms of the spread, so don't be pulled too much by the positioning. That's roughly what market should be. So I will pause there, Matt, for you to opine, if you'd like, in terms of this set of numbers.
Sure. Just a few things about the council composition. So people will note that the deputy mayor only has 15 incumbents. And that's just for the simple reason that not every municipality we looked at has that role as part of their system. So that's the difference there. And then referring down below to the council size of the councillors, we say council size of 9 for Collingwood. That's reflecting obviously the future state. We know with what's happened, with the recent election, there are 8 council members, but this is future state going forward, 9. And then the difference between council size and number of councillors just includes the mayor, the deputy mayor, and for some municipalities, they elect a regional councillor, which we have not included under the number of councillors because those aren't technically the same roles as Collingwood's councillors, but they're included in the size. So that's the only thing there. I think the last thing as well, Chris touched on this. In terms of looking at the P50 and the P25, it's important to look at the spreads within them. The mayor and deputy mayor ratio, for instance, the difference between P50 and P25 is quite small, 7%. But when you look at the mayor and councillor ratio, the difference there is 25%. So the less than P25 positioning for the deputy mayor is not quite telling the entire story. Collingwood is 10% below, which is not, it's fairly reasonable. And for councillor, they're 8% below. So to us, that they're almost comparable, even if the positioning somewhat suggests that they're different. I think that's the only thing to mention there. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Perfect. Can we move forward? Thank you. So in summary, there's some other anecdotal information here. How many municipalities actually had a deputy mayor position? How many of them had a separate role from councillor? Who had wards versus at large? What are some of the compensation increases? The only one on this page that really sort of caught my eye was, I believe, Matt, to be the in compensation increases, the very last bullet point. Again, I keep pinching myself, but I read here that the Blue Mountains is planning to increase council compensation by 20% per year until 2026. So again, we verified that. We think that's accurate. Just to give, that's the only one that sort of jumped out and popped up in terms of my vision. Right. So if we can move forward. Some other parameters were used for analysis. We also took a look at tourist and visitor in the very top chart to figure out that same positioning. You see there that from a tourist visitor, and it's only 7 organizations, by the way, that we compare to, because there are only so many tourist or visitor attractions we classified in the province of Ontario. And you see there the numbers are also roughly comparable at P50 for the mayor, but the drop off for the deputy mayor, and they also drop off for the councillors as well. We also took a look at density, the number of people per population, I'm going to say acre, per hectare, per kilometer. And you see there again some of the numbers that have come through, and you see that from a density perspective, the numbers are actually below market for the mayor. You see the numbers are below, comparable for the deputy mayor, and the council role is almost bang on. Right? If we could move forward. So the other type of analysis that we did was something a little bit different. It has to do with the size of the job. We took a look at how big the jobs were and tried to evaluate, put a number on how big each job was. And we tried to understand, so if the job is this large, how does that compare to budget/revenue? And we actually scaled down the number of organizations we looked at to just those between 75 million and 175 million budget. So a tighter sample, so to speak. Let's get a sense of what this group was paying. And looking at it from that perspective, we see again that there is a gap to market for the mayor role. We don't see the gap to deputy. Again, I'm looking at P50s. I always tend to look at P50s right in the middle of the chart. We don't see the gap to market for deputy mayor, and we see a slight gap for the councillors. And you see the municipalities in the analysis to the very left there. And a lot of these will be very familiar to you, and a lot of them are also tourist destinations as well. And in terms of the budget, you see on this tighter list that your Collingwood budget of 115 million rough is actually perfectly in line with P75 of this market. So that would be 115, 127. And you'll see in a bit, we go to a bit of compensation theory that your positioning from a scoping perspective, whether it is population, assets, revenue, profits, depend on the sector, that tends to align pretty well with how you should be paying versus the market in terms of being P75, P60, P50. And if you cast your eyes to P75 on this list, you'll see there that there's a big difference at P75 between what you're paying your people, especially for the mayor, and what the market is paying at P75. But we will come back to that. Okay, we can move forward. There's some summary thoughts here, which I am not going to grind very much. Yeah, I'll move forward. I think we've already covered that in my anecdotal comments. So when we take a look at the data, we see there's a bit of a trend, which is that for population, for tourist visitor and density, P50 seems to be where the alignment is happening. For budget, for job sizing, trying to figure out how big the job is in budget, we're seeing P75. So in this table below, we've actually tried to outline, what are the roles, what are their salaries? If you're targeting, P50 or P75, what does that look like for the market? And then what does that look like for the market? So you see there that for the main group, the larger group, that your positioning is weaker. You see the reds there showing what is weak versus green, which is saying you're just fine. You see that for the main group, you've got two bits of weakness there, the mayor and the councillor. For tourist visitor, everything seems to be fine in terms of the positioning. Everything is at P58, P70 over P50. For high density, again, that's a consistent theme. We see a weakness there for the mayor role. And then for the job size, you see weaknesses for the mayor role, but also for the councillor. Okay, if we can move forward. So now, pardon me, Matt, do you have any comments before I move to recommendations?
No, you can keep going.
Thank you. So recommendations, we have 3 recommendations. The first one is to actually consider changing the role of mayor to full-time, or at least declaring it as a full-time role. It's something that's acknowledged by residents. It's something that's acknowledged by members of council, and it's already de facto a full-time role in their views. Now, we know that this is not defined in any legislation in terms of full-time equivalency. We know that some of the larger municipalities expect it to be full-time the role. That is fine. But based on our understanding, this is more than a 40-hour role. Even when you scale back what's going on for the county, this is a 40+ hour role. So it well exceeds full-time hours in any stretch of the imagination. In terms of the council size, we do not recommend moving council size. There is no appetite from members or residents. The math and the data is coming back saying that you're fine in terms of the number of council members. So we don't propose to move anything in that regard. If we could move the page. So in terms of compensation, we also have a couple of recommendations here. The first one is to go to safe harbor and to stay aligned to the market median of what we brought forward, the P50, middle of the market. So this would reflect your positioning from a scoping perspective on population, on tourist attraction, and on the high density municipalities. So if you target median, that's very typical in the market once you've got comfortable with your comparator group. So what would that mean in terms of compensation? So for the mayor, that would be a compensation increase of 7%. So a $3,318 increase up to 49. For the deputy mayor, there'd be no change, only because the positioning is above what we see in the market. So it would remain where it is now at 32,548. And then for the councillor, the compensation increase would be to 26,757, which is about a $950 or a 4% increase based on that math. So the total cost of these increases, you summarize at the very bottom, is 9,970. Apologies for putting in the decimals, everyone. There's no need for you to grind that. I mean, you could have rounded it to the number. So that's recommendation 1.
One thing, Chris.
Pardon me?
The increased cost is per year.
Of course. Thank you. Of course. Yes. Absolutely. We can move forward. The other route you can take is a more aggressive positioning, but this reflects the budget, which we think is a really good indicator of your complexity, as well as the size of the job itself. So in typical practice, I've mentioned beforehand, if you're positioned on a certain metric higher than the middle of the market, you tend to see compensation follow a higher positioning versus the other organizations. So P75 positioning for budget and job sizing would actually indicate you should probably pay P75 for compensation for the team. So the mayor number is different. It'd be 60,927. That's a 33% increase or a $15,000 increase every year. Deputy mayor, that compensation increase is far more modest. It'd be a 3% increase up to 33,434. And for councillors, that would be an 18% increase, about $4,736 more, up to $30,542. Interestingly, when we take a look at the pay ratios, that division between the two roles, whether it's mayor versus deputy mayor, et cetera, you see that the mayor to deputy mayor ratio with these changes would now be closer to the average of what should be within the market. And the ratio between the mayor and the councillors will be within P15, P75. So still reasonable within the range. And this increase will be 49,000 effectively every single year going forward. If you could move forward, another page. So this recommendation is almost a piggyback or a contingent on the very first recommendation about making the mayor full-time. We're saying here that regardless of what you're thinking about doing for P50 or P75 in the first two recommendations, if you decide that the mayor is a full-time role, we really do think you should pay this role P75. There's no full-time equivalency chart that we can turn to, relatively speaking, but we do recommend moving this role to 60,000, almost regardless of what you do with the rest of the council and with the deputy mayor role. No change to compensation deputy mayor, no change to councillor in terms of the full-time or part-time equivalent. And you see there's some ratios, and the total cost of this increase is 15,107. Okay, any comments, Matt? I think we're almost at the end of our slate.
I guess the only one, just to emphasize it, option 1 and option 3 aren't quite mutually exclusive. We didn't we list them separately just for readability, but there is an alternative where you increase councillor compensation to P50 and then slot the mayor at P75.
Exactly. Thank you. Okay, we can move forward. That is it from our formal presentation. So we're happy to field questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen and Mr. Tripp, for the presentation. There is quite a bit of content and a lot to digest. Are there questions, comments from around the table specific to the report for clarification to start? Don't be shy. Got Councillor Hamlin, and then I've got Acting Deputy Mayor, and then
We're all shy, but probably all have a lot of thoughts. The interesting thing about debating this, literally weeks almost, or months, I guess, before the term ends, is none of us may be able to take advantage of this. So it gives us a bit of a license. And plus, it looks like we'll have at least 5 councillor seats vacant. So we can take a more holistic approach, I think, as we look at it. The one comment I had on the presentation, which I'd like to say thank you so much for the detailed analysis and all of the information that's been pulled together. But I heard the disconnect in where we fit in between our population and our budget, because our budget seemed to fit us into one group of municipalities, but our population perhaps into another because it seemed lower. And I wanted to suggest I think the issue is that we have a large part-time population that adds a lot to our budget. They don't show up in our population numbers because they might be here 3, 4, even 5 days a week. But if where they're getting their mail is not Collingwood, then they don't appear in our population. But I suspect that's where the dichotomy is, that we actually have a higher population taking advantage of our services and pushing our budget. That then, if we were to acknowledge that, would match up where we fit between budget and population. And I'll just give you one example on that. I heard yesterday, I was talking to a young family, and they were so upset because they couldn't get their kids registered on the Saturday recreation programs in town because, as they put it, the part-time residents were rushing up here and filling up the spots before they had a chance. So I think, that's at least, one small example of what I'm saying. I do think that, and I'm going to speak in favor of the middle recommendation, which was moving the mayor to 60,000 a year roughly, which I heard as a strong recommendation, and that the councillor compensation be increased as well to the, I think it was a 30,000 mark. I think it's a modicum increase in all the positions. I am one of those who actually feel that the positions should be significantly more paid. I believe that we will only see, more gray-haired people at the table than are representative of our community if we are paying at this level. Anyone who needs to earn a living to support themselves can't do it at these salary levels. And so we're looking for people to sit at the council table who are retired or, can exist on that level of income. And I know some of the people around the table are self-employed and they're able to fit this into their hours. But for the people I speak to, the people in the community who do not have gray hair, they look at me like I'm crazy when I say, why don't you run for council? And it's not only, oh, well, I also have to get my kids to a program. It's, are you kidding? I can't, I won't be able to buy groceries. So I say that not because I'm going to speak in favor of counselors earning $100,000, but just to put it in perspective, I'm not happy with this. And I don't think that's the way we're going to get representatives on our council that are representative of our community, of even going for the second option. You have interest. There was an article in the Globe this morning, and I'll finish with this. The article was by a professor of public policy admin at York University, and the title is, "If we want better municipal politicians, we should pay better wages." And the last part of it was, Ontario's councils skew older primarily because most are considered part-time workers with associated pay. The job, however, is often not part-time. The duties are immense, and the informal part of the role extends into the evenings and weekends, making local council jobs a lot easier to do if you're retired or independently wealthy. It's very difficult to fulfill this role while also having full-time employment or a young family without being compensated appropriately. And so they saying attracting new voices means paying more for the role. And I won't read any further. That was in this morning's Globe. So I'll just go back and say I think that the middle recommendation here was, if I can just find it here again, was changing the role of counselor to full-time, maintaining the council size at 9, and targeting the council compensation at $60,900, the deputy mayor at $33,400, and the councillor at $30,500. And that's all I'll say right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, you're up next.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, actually. My understanding is that this staff report is in response to, this consultant's report is in response to staff report HR 2021-03, which was in November of 2021. Are we expecting a report? And there was a bunch, that staff report led to a lot of motions and resolutions from council, including Resolution 349-2021, which was moved by Councillor Jeffrey and seconded by Councillor Berman, and it had to do with council compensation. What's the word I'm looking for? Professional development is what it's been known up till now, but this council has moved to have an exploration of whether some of those funds could be somehow used for childcare to address some of the concerns about younger people being capable of serving. And I wonder when we might expect that report, because this wasn't addressed in the report that we've got today. Through the chair.
CEO Skinner, I'll pass it through you to the appropriate person.
Yes, to Clerk Almus, please.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The targeted date actually was aligning with the upcoming budget discussions, but I think staff, now that we've got this report through, could expedite it sooner. Right now, staff are not expecting any substantial financial obligation increases. There might be some nominal amounts. We've looked at some comparable municipalities, so it will be before November.
Super. Thank you so much. I look forward to that. My second question is, have there been any raises that this council this group sitting here has voted for over the course of this term through you, Acting Mayor Hall. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I should have warned you that I was going to ask that. I apologize. And I'm happy to take an answer later if you can't make it happen.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can't confirm. I know during that November 15th council approval of the Gallagher report, there was increases that were approved that were to be in place effective for the new council term. I know that there is cost of living adjustments, I believe, but Executive Director Peg or HR Manager McQuaig might be able to address that. Or Treasurer Quinlan.
Yeah. Well, maybe Treasurer Quinlan, is that something you'd like to field, or I apologize, I can't see the screen.
Yes, sorry, I am here. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor McLeod. And I did see Manager McQuaig has popped up as well, but we have not had any increases to the members of council budget or a raise, so to speak, other than the cost of living that occurs each year for the last 4 years. So not a raise on top of the cost of living that has been put into place over the last 4 years.
Very much so none. Thank you is the answer. And there was one other question, and this is really more of a philosophical one. So our in-house philosopher perhaps could answer it. I'm not sure who that is tonight. But what does declaring a job full-time actually mean in a real sense? I mean, we can sort of nomenclature that I'm not entirely sure that it actually has any real world connection to anything. We can call it Rumpelstiltskin if we want to, I think, and it doesn't really change anything. So I'm not quite sure I would like someone to explain to me what the point of is declaring something full-time versus anything else. Are there pension suggestions that comes with that, or what does full-time really mean? And I don't know who can answer that, but I'll send it through the acting mayor.
I'll send it to the CAO with a smile.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if the consultants might be interested in a response on this one to start, and we could pick up from there.
Absolutely. Happy to answer that, because Matt and I have had internal debates about full-time versus part-time. So from our perspective, by declaring or classifying this role as full-time, you're effectively saying that this role is 40 plus hours a week, or 37.5, whatever that number happens to be. And it's an acknowledgement that because it's a full-time role, if you paid commensurately, we try to figure out whether or not the other mayor roles were full-time or part-time. And honestly, we couldn't grind that data. I know, Matt, we tried. So we can't give an indication of how many of those roles, the 28, are full-time versus part-time, right? But for us, perhaps it's just semantics, but declaring it full-time should typically mean that, unlike a part-time role, you should expect more compensation. I don't know if it's more complicated for us than that. Matt, I don't know if you had any thoughts on that philosophically?
Yeah, I agree. I think a significant portion is just sort of the ceremonial nature of it, is saying we consider this role full time. We consider it important. We want everyone to know that's how we view the role. And again, it can be used as what we feel is very rational justification for compensation increases.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer and your acknowledgement that it's a philosophical sort of a question. Thank
Very much
you.
so.
Yeah. And just one more, and this is my final one, and this is actually to Clerk Almas, and that is just a procedural matter, and I don't know whether we need to involve like an integrity commissioner kind of situation here, but currently at this table there are 4 members who have declared their candidacy for the next council. Is it appropriate for those 4 people to be voting on their own compensation? Is that a pecuniary interest, or is this one of the things that kind of is our job? Through the chair.
Thank you, through Acting Mayor Hall, to answer that question. First of all, I would not like to give legal advice on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and I'm making that statement very loud and clear. During the previous review, generally council is not put in a position of conflict whenever they are voting. However, I'm not commenting on the nuances of actually a couple members of council looking at a current position that's potentially going to see substantial increase based on council's decision this evening.
Thank you very much. Some thinking to do. Thank you.
Councillor Carrier?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I read the report with interest from two perspectives that I'm sitting back at the table. It's quite a privilege to do so. But secondly, having held the position of mayor several years ago, or more than 12 years ago now, when I was mayor, I was 42 years of age when I was first elected. If you had said to me that the position is expected to be full-time, I may not have run, and you would have had Rick Lloyd as your mayor. Think about that one. So I think philosophically, you're deterring a demographic that I would much prefer to see represented at the table at any position. And when I looked at the qualified people who applied, the 10 other people who applied for this position that I'm now privileged to sit in, there was some wide-ranging demographic that I would hate to deter from the role of an elected official because it's deemed to be too demanding on you. It's too much time. Council composition of 9, I wholeheartedly support it, but it also allows people who do have another life to sit here, or other roles and responsibilities to sit here, because if you can't make a meeting on occasion because you have other responsibilities with work, council can function with a smaller number. And we're emphasizing, I think, too much that it's a full-time position. You're expected to give up everything else, where I think the way that the position was originally defined and our roles and responsibility, even though they have evolved over time, is that council should be more willing to include a wider range of people in our community who do work full-time, and this can work for them too. And I'm going to suggest it works better for our community when we have a diverse group sitting here. When I looked at the budget numbers, it's really interesting, and I hate being the old guy that reflects all the time on we really overanalyzed budgets a long time ago. Collingwood is a small geographic area, and so much of our community with aging infrastructure requires significant reinvestment, and we put a number of policies in place that was mandated to reinvest in significant aging infrastructure. And now, because we're making those investments, hey, our budget's higher than some other communities. Oh yeah, we have shale instead of sand. So of course it's more difficult and costly to put infrastructure into the type of community that we're living on versus maybe some of our neighbors. We have a full-time fire department, and we have, for the longest time, we had police compensation force. It was a Section 10 agreement instead of a Section 5 agreement. I know those things have gone away, but we had invested in a full-time local fire or police department through the OPP, and our costs were significantly higher because of that. And there was there used to be a cap on our neighboring municipalities of, I think, $204 per $100,000 of assessment for policing, and we were significantly higher than that. So I look at the budget numbers with a bit of cynicism, but I respect the work that the consultant's done. This is quite a fascinating report to read. I don't think that the position should be motivated by compensation. I'm one of those. I took a significant, and I'm not saying this because I want you to feel sorry for me, I took tens of thousands of dollars of pay cut in the private sector to have the privilege to sit here years ago, and I would do it again in a heartbeat, because that's just who I am. And I think our consultants talked about there was a diverse opinion or different opinions on that. We want better candidates, and I would suggest through AMO and FCM and OSM and others that we say, look, this is an election year, And if you're interested in being a candidate and the deadline is August the 19th to file your nominations papers, then why in an election year is the province not running more complicated, more sophisticated, mandated education programs for people who want to sit at this table so we understand the relationship between staff and ourselves? We understand the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, the Planning Act, the Municipal Act, all of these pieces of legislation that we're ultimately responsible for with working with staff and providing our best advice. We continue to get, let's say we get what we elect what we deserve, but the system from the province needs to support that we can have better candidates by a much stronger vetting process, I believe, in the months and weeks leading up to that deadline in an election year. It doesn't need to be money motivated. I mean, we can look to any other community and especially in this last 4 years and look at some pretty senior politicians that have run afoul and their paychecks were pretty big. It doesn't make them competent. It doesn't make them ethical. Compensation is not, to me, the best vetting tool for that. When you take a look at the compensation that you also receive from the county for the mayor and deputy mayor role, and I know this was taken out, but when I was mayor, it was my compensation as mayor, a couple of smaller boards that I sat on in county, it was about $56,000 altogether, and a third of it was tax-free. You add the $20,000 to the $45,000, you're at $65,000. And I see that as sufficient compensation, even though I do admit that the workload is significant. I said that to the consultants when I was interviewed by them. I remember working on average 29 out of 31 days a month. I did have times blocked out for my family and kids on certain nights of the week. But once again, it was a little more altruistic than motivated by money for me at the time. I'm not supportive of the recommendations as presented. I am not supportive of declaring the role full-time. I want that option for the people who seek that position to define if it's full-time or part-time for themselves based upon the circumstances of their life at the time they seek office. And I know I rambled on, so I appreciate the extra time, and those are my comments.
Thank you. Did I have Councillor Jeffrey, and then I've got you. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hull. So I've been listening to my colleagues, and I've agreed with some and disagreed with others. And I, for one, as much as I appreciate all the information we received, I really felt it became a numbers game, and we glossed over kind of the root of the symptoms that brought us to asking some of the questions that I think, given the time crunch that we're trying to deal with, which we always seem to have to deal with in terms of council compensation, is that we're not taking a holistic picture of everything that we need. And we've spoken to, and I think there's a lot of things that we are jeopardizing in terms of the makeup of our council by not paying enough dollars. And there's diversity, there's gender equity, and contrary to Councillor Hamlin, I can tell you being self-employed it might allow you to move things around a bit, but today I lost a full day of billable hours and I'm self-employed. I'm not going to get paid for that. I'm not going to get that back. So that's just, you go into this gig kind of knowing that's how it's going to work, but not full days. And I think there's been a huge shift by staff of our meetings into daytime. When I first started on council, our meetings were Monday nights, maybe a Wednesday or Thursday night, and Saturdays for budget. And so that council commitment has really been changed in terms of what we're required to donate or contribute in terms of time and commit. I also know that staff has doubled in the 20 years since I started. So if there's twice as many staff members creating all of these reports, you can't imagine the download of reading information that is coming to council and the responsibility. And in terms of our committee structure, it depends on what committee you're on, whether you're on CorpCom, which might go 45 minutes to an hour and a half, or whether you're on DevOp, that may be 3 hours and 1,200 pages of reading. It kind of just depends where you land or where you ask to land in the whole scheme of things. So I was a bit disappointed in the process because I think we skipped over all of those important conversations to get to just a number crunch and compare us to a $100 million budget and our population, which, you know, we have the complication. Town of Blue Mountains, town of Wasaga Beach aren't designated primary settlement areas under the growth plan of Ontario. We have a whole other layer of pressure and other things that go into our decision making in terms of our planning and things. And so, you know, I still think, however we describe the mayor's position, whether we say we're going to pay it in what we consider as a full-time equivalent, I mean, I would say our last two mayors were pretty much full-time, or at least for sure, former Mayor Saunderson was a full-time, gave up his law practice and committed full-time to the role. And so however we describe that full-time and how they work around it, but I think we do need to recognize that. And I also I think that P75 is where we need to land. We need to allow some of the younger people to be able to combine their self-employment with this opportunity to combine their existing jobs, to sit around, because these are the demographics we need to hear from around here. We need to be able to shake it up. So that's where I've landed throughout this process well, I appreciate the information. I'm not sure, in summary, that we have the discussion we needed to have to really get to where we needed to get to. But there is a recommendation they've made that I can support, and that's the full-time equivalency and the P75.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, Chair. My colleague to my right has been so eloquent that I don't feel I can add too much more. I certainly am very agreeable in her assessment of this report that the job of this particular council, and I speak with 3 terms of council under my belt, has become increasingly complex. We are a designated growth node. We operate under a very high budget, which to me is very predictive of the complexity of the matters in which we deal. This whole exercise came out of an earnest desire to make the role as an elected official as attractive as it could possibly be to as wide a demographic in our community, and wage is going to play into that. I was fortunate that I was fully commissioned sales. So I was able to opt in to run for municipal politics. It did mean that I took a hit on my income. But, you know, as Councillor Carrier noted, we do these for other things. But if I was on a full-time salary, would I have been able to do that even if I had wanted to do it? Probably not. If I had young children in the home, or if I had children that I was trying to educate, would I have been able to do it? Probably not. And would the promise of $4,000 a year more than what we are getting today make necessarily a huge difference? Perhaps not, but it makes some difference. And I hope that the next council will continue the conversation, because for a fact, other municipalities across the province are also having these conversations. So all to say that I will support the second option as put forward by our consultants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Councillor Madigan.
Thank you, sir. You must have been the greatest goalie of all time. Nobody could score on you because you don't even look up and you see stuff. Like Councillor Jeffrey, I have agreed with some things. I've disagreed with others. While Chris was 42 and the mayor, I ran when I was 42 and I owned a couple businesses. And to be honest, for the first 2 years, I had no idea what we were paid because I didn't do it for the money. And I don't think any of these numbers are going to make somebody leave a full-time career or a job to come be a politician. I actually love this, self-employed, Kathy, self-employed, sales, self-employed. It's self-employed. And this is where you get the greatest people out there because we speak with the most people on a day-to-day basis because we're constantly chatting. We're with the people. We get stopped in Loblaws. We get texts at 7 a.m. on a Sunday asking about certain things. I don't think throwing money at anybody. I think the mayor is a full-time job. I think our acting soon-to-be mayor can attest to that. I can appreciate everything that he's given up to do it. And that's not a choice that he made because he didn't run for mayor. So thank you for that, Keith. I appreciate that. But I don't think any of these compensation packages are going to make somebody leave. We have a really great thing in Collingwood that we have to put up with, and it's lifestyle. People are moving here for lifestyle. So it's either come sit in the meeting in the daytime, like Councillor Jeffrey said, or go out on the water or go to the ski hill. No amount of money is going to get them to do get away from their recreational things to come sit at 10 a.m. and sit here until 7 o'clock at night. It's just not going to happen. I've spoken with a lot of young people that get excited and they say, Bob, can I come bend your ear? I want to run for council. And we come and chat, and then I'm like, okay, great, good idea. And then they'll send me a text later and say, I'm just starting a family. I'm just not in the mental space for it. This is a very overwhelming, underpaid thing, but it's a fantastic thing that we've all chosen to do. And I don't have gray hair yet. Deb, we don't have gray hair. There's a lot of, Steve might, but there's a lot of good people that have ran. There's a lot of good people that have ran with gray hair, and there's a lot of bad people that have ran with brown hair. So we don't look at the age. We look at what they want to do, and they want to give back to the community that they owe. We do that. I do this to give back. We're paid for it. I don't do this for free. I am compensated. I now know what we're compensated, but I don't volunteer. I don't want to be here in the day. I've had to sometimes close my business to be here. But that's a commitment that I made to the people of Collingwood. And I would never sit here and complain about the money that we get paid. It's a slap in the face to them. Marion, your comment was, should we be doing this? This is the only time that I will ever vote in favor of giving any compensation review because I'm not guaranteed to be here next time. I'm not voting on a race for me, no matter what local blogger wants to put in his speech tomorrow. This is for the next people. I agree, $60,000 should be for the mayor, 100%. But part-time versus full-time, I've had weeks where I work 45 hours on council, then I've had weeks where it's nothing. It just depends. So I'm the third one. I think the mayor is a bigger job. The office of the mayor is a bigger job than it's ever been within our community. And I congratulate whoever gets there. But I think for councillors, I think if we scare them away, that they have to give more, then they're going to look at their beautiful husbands or wives or children and then just choose not to. Because as I said at the start, none of these wages are going to make people leave an aspiring career as an engineer or a lawyer or a school teacher to come sit around this table. It's just not going to happen. We can offer them $70,000 a year, and they're going to say that, well, I can't pay my bills on $70,000. I've got 3 kids. This is a part-time job for part-time pay, other than the mayor. So as again, I applaud. I will be number 3. I will see what the rest of us do. I'll put a motion, because I don't think anybody has, to put number 3 on the table first. If I get a seconder, awesome. If I don't, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madigan. Councillor Berman.
Thank you, Mayor Hall. I was pleasantly surprised with the report because I don't know if the consultants would remember, but when we did our meeting, I started off by saying I'm going to give you answers that nobody else on council is going to give. And I apparently was wrong because this pretty much aligns with everything that I had said. And more surprisingly, that even though there were only 58 respondents, I agreed with all the survey results from them as well. I have just a couple quick questions, and I'm sorry if they're in here and I've missed it. Through you to whomever, if any changes that are done tonight, when would they take effect?
Clerk Holmes?
Thank you through the chair to address Councillor Berman's question. Whenever council would recommend, you can recommend it for the new council term, or it could be effective immediately.
Okay, so but if and when the time comes, I would look to amend whatever to not start until the next term when it's appropriate. My second question through you, maybe to the clerk as well, is that if council does choose to have it start next term, does that eliminate maybe the previous concerns about a possible conflict for anybody voting? I'll leave that one with you. I personally, I definitely am in support. The only one that would never affect me, which is the mayor salary in option 3 for sure. Deputy mayor, no change for sure. And council, I'm happy with no change, or I would have been happy with option 1, which was the small increase either way. So I'm happy to support that the way that it is. And then I would ask for an amendment that it just start with the next term.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand the chair or gavel or to the acting deputy mayor so that I can make a few comments.
Thank you. And so having heard from everyone, we will turn the microphone over to the acting mayor.
Okay, thank you. So to preface my comments, I'm coming from a position of someone who has had the pleasure of serving as a councillor, as a deputy mayor, and potentially mayor and county councillor. And with the lens and the knowing that I don't intend to return, I make the comment based on the fact, or comments based on the fact that I'm looking toward the future and to the role or roles as opposed to the personalities and the potential personalities that may fill the roles themselves. As the community continues to grow, as the complexities of each of these positions continue to grow, we have to have open and honest conversations with ourselves, with our constituents, as to why it's important that persons who occupy these chairs are properly compensated for the work and the role and the liability in which they take on. There is an opportunity, I think, to compare one's position from an historical context, but the reality is that we are in a position today where we are as exposed, unlike any other level of government, to contact with our constituency. The expectation is that we are available 24/7, and that's not realistic, but it is an expectation from some. We are very engaged, and we are very susceptible to, I'm going to call it negative engagement. And what I mean by that is that, and I say it with respect to our member of provincial parliament, our member of federal parliament, etc., that they have elected, they are compensated, they are in a position that is deemed full-time, and they have a staff that does a lot of work, quite frankly, on their behalf and their constituents. They also provide a buffer, and there is no buffer. And it is becoming a concern, and I'm not referring to the town of Collingwood, I'm referring in generalities, that for local politicians, for local representatives, it is becoming increasingly challenging to be able to disengage, turn off, and step back when you are, engaged with your fellow neighbors, your residents, people that you interact with, and members of a service club or a hockey organization or whatever the case may be on a regular basis. The role of social media has never been more prevalent than it is today. And the role is both positive and negative. Positive in the sense that it allows for two-way dialogue. It allows for us to communicate, socialize, but at the same time, it has become a platform for, quite frankly, visceral conversation. And what I fear is that what was seen years ago by many within the community as an opportunity to step forward and want to serve for the betterment of their community. And because it was viewed as a part-time position, that is becoming more and more part of our distant past. And it does concern me that when we should be looking at how best do we fill these 9 seats or whatever the makeup is with as broad and a diverse range of representation from our community, the challenges that I've just suggested in terms of, the negative exposure, the lack of a buffer, the liability, the increased liability, and I'll circle back to that in a second, and then, quite frankly, the workload. The other part that I thought was of interest with regards to this report and to Mr. Chan and Mr. Tripp, I do thank you for the work that you've put together and for the report itself, and it is quite comprehensive. But the other part that I find that's maybe lacking, and it's not a comment toward you, it's just, again, sort of the framework that we work within, and that is that we have members not only within this council, within other municipalities across the province, where, quite frankly, the compensation is for the chair, and it's not for the work that the person is doing. And there is no opportunity for somebody who is highly engaged, who is really active, who is really embracing the role of being a counselor, to be compensated for going above and beyond. Whereas it's quite possible that somebody can be elected and not open an agenda. And yet they're compensated for the same amount as somebody who earnestly goes about doing the job that they've been elected to do. And I think that that's an unfortunate part of the conversation, is that we're setting a bar across as opposed to, a recognition. And I'm not sure how to do that. I'm just stating that there isn't an opportunity for recognition in terms of what somebody actually is contributing to the table, but more importantly, to the community as a whole. The risk factor, I think, is huge. And it concerns me that a good portion, I think, of constituents don't appreciate and don't understand, but maybe more importantly, and to Councillor Carrier's point about, educational training, et cetera, and I can speak to this as somebody who ran as a first-time councillor in 2010, not having a full understanding of what, in fact, I was running for, the exposure to liability, the risk that I was encountering. And not only, it's not until you actually get into the position where you sort of step back and you go, holy when you finally figure it out. It's too late at that point. And again, when I look at the compensation as it relates to the risk, the liability, if you were to look at other positions within a corporation, whether it be a board or within a management position, and you were to suggest, here is a position that we would like you to fill. Oh, by the way, here are some of the criteria that we're looking for in terms of a respective candidate. And then here's what you're going to be exposed to. Here's the risk and the liability. This isn't part of the compensation that we'd be having a conversation about. So I will agree with everyone, and I will agree with Mr. Chen and Tripp. If we start with the position of deputy mayor, looking in the mirror, I will agree with you. That guy was overpaid. But I strongly believe that and I know that I'm over my time, but if we look at the role of the mayor as a representative of the community, and we look at the fact that we want a mayor who is going to be able to advocate not only for the town of Collingwood, but advocate for the region as a whole, to start and break down the barriers that are impediments to proper planning, proper growth, and ensuring that the region as a whole, whether it be from the town of Meaford through to the east end of Wasaga Beach and the south end of Clearview, are growing as one. Then you need somebody, quite frankly, who is going to be full-time, who has no other distractions, who is properly compensated so that they are not concerned about having to put, whatever on the table to look after whatever. It amazes me that we have report after report that talks about population growth, community growth, with dates that are 2041, 2051 at the county. And quite frankly, the next person who either sits here and around the table, they need to be the best people that this community can elect, because quite frankly, over the next 4 years, the decisions that will be made at this table, at the table to our neighbor in the Blue Mountains, Wasaga Beach, Clearview, etc., they will be the defining moment of this region as it relates to how we will grow in a sustainable manner. And as part of that, I firmly believe that at the very least, this chair needs to be compensated appropriately. I would have argued and I would have suggested that the compensation maybe could have been higher, but that's not for me to say. I'll just leave it at that. With the role as a counselor, I do think that the one thing that I would like to see, and potentially this maybe doesn't come out of this report, but it is something that I hope that the next council and the staff will perhaps establish from the outset of the term, and that is that how does the role of a counselor, if it's deemed to be a part-time position and is compensated as such, be managed so that the counselor, the individual who is sitting around the table, can create and establish that work-life balance, but feel comfortable in knowing that they are meeting the expectations of their constituents that elected them, are able to work with staff appropriately, et cetera. And I think that if I go back to one of my first points with regards to the buffer, it's important that a resident has the ability to speak to us. That is why it is local. But at the same time, there has to be a manageable system, something that we don't have in place today, that allows for that buffer to be in place to create that life-work balance. Because I have spoken to a number of people who I think are incredibly qualified, who have flat out said, there is no way that they would put their name forward for this position because there is no way that they can manage the work-life balance. And that's a real shame. We have created a system based on popularity as opposed to ensuring that we have 9 qualified people around the table. That is not a comment on who's here tonight. It's a comment on the fact that we need to do a better job of communicating to our public the complexities of the issues and the fact to address these complexities and to ensure that they are being managed in the best, most responsible manner. Then they have 9 people around the table who are the best to do the job, who are compensated properly. And with that, I feel that the compensation recommendations that have been made as it relates specific to the position of council fall short. I would have liked to see something higher for the mayor, but that's okay. And, well, you know my thoughts on that guy sitting over there. So I yield the chair. Thank you, or yield the time.
Thank you. And so at this time, I will call the question because I believe every one of these members has spoken, and so I believe we have a motion on the table. Or did we have a seconder for any of these motions? I think at this point we did not. So do we have a motion?
Sorry, through you, I said that I would be happy to put option number 3 on, and I don't want to put words in my colleague's mouth to my left, but I think you wanted to add something to it.
Councillor Berman.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, not from the Department of Redundancy Department. I'm going to ask for an amendment on any of the votes we have. So I don't know if maybe there's already a consensus around the table for yay or nay, and I can save them the anguish. But for this one, I'll amend it that it starts next term. I'll ask for an amendment.
Are you seconding it first?
If that's a friendly amendment to.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. That's what I assumed. That's what I wanted.
Okay.
As well.
But we need a seconder.
Well,
So
that's
you
me,
are a
yeah.
seconder and putting in a friendly amendment that.
Compensation begins at the start of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so comments on the motion. Councillor Jeffrey.
I'd like to separate the vote, please. I'd like to vote on the effective date separate from the.
Okay. Happy to do that. And so the motion on the table is for recommendation number 3 from our consultants, and we'll sever out the when it begins, and I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Sorry, can I ask a question of clarification?
Sure.
Are we entertaining the first 2?
That was the first motion that came to the table.
Okay. So, and then we're going to go back to composition, I should say.
Yes.
Perfect. Great. Sorry to interrupt.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So we'll go with recommendation 3, which is the increase for the mayor, and we'll talk about composition later. So all those in the affirmative on item number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. That fails. All of those in favor of the severed part, which is the piece regarding when this would begin, whatever it is, would we begin on? I guess that becomes redundant, doesn't it, at this point, does it? Yeah. Okay. So we wait for the next amendment. So we're looking for another motion on this. And I guess what I'll do is I'll go to the actual staff report on this, looking for the rest of the options. Thank you. There were 3 actually things we had to talk about, which was composition as well. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding it on my screen. Just give me a second. There we go. Item 1 is composition. I'm looking for a motion from one of our members regarding whether we change the role of mayor from part-time to full-time equivalency, or that council let's go with that one first. That council approve changing the role of mayor from part-time to full-time equivalency. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Jeffrey, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any comments on this other than the ones we've already had? Seeing none. Mayor Hall.
I would prefer that the role of full-time starts next term.
Is there a bonus for Smarty Pansington on this? Yeah. So do I have a seconder? I have a seconder, so I'll call the question on changing the role of mayor from part-time to full-time equivalency. Those in favor? The previous motion failed. This is from the recommendations that are contained within our agenda.
I didn't use the word amendment. Sorry, through you, Chair. I didn't use the word amendment. I was being smart.
It was the Smarty Pansington amendment. It wasn't real. Sure. The motion at this point is that council approve changing the role of mayor from part-time to full-time equivalency. It is moved by Councillor Jeffrey and it is seconded by Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all those opposed? 1, 2. Thank you. Actually, 6-2 on that one, I think, Clerk Almas. And so that passes. Item 2 was regarding Do I have a mover for item 2 regarding supporting the recommendation that council receive the recommendation that council composition remain at status quo at 9 members of council? Or are we looking at a different composition? Councillor Hamlin, in favor of remaining at 9. Thank you. And a seconder is in Councillor Doherty. Any comments or questions regarding that, or are we sufficed with what we've got? All those in favor? That one passes unanimously. And so we've also had a conversation regarding items 1, 2, or 3 regarding pay for our compensation. And so on the floor now, so 3 has failed. So we're looking at someone moving either 1 or 2 or merely receiving. Do I have a mover of anything? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. I would move number 2 of the compensation list.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder, do you suppose? You have a seconder in Councillor Hamlin.
And also that it would be effective next term.
Thank you, including phraseology regarding that it happens next term. So we're now looking at item number 2. The council approve a council compensation adjustment to a target market 3rd quartile, P75, with a financial impact of approximately $49,147.68. That is moved by Councillor Jeffrey, seconded by Councillor Hamlin. All those in favor? And to begin with the new council term, November 15th. It was added when it was moved. We can include it as an amendment as well. We can vote on the amendment as well. Shall we vote on the amendment? Let's do that. Let's vote on the amendment that item 2 be included, that it begins on November the 15th. All those in favor of the amendment? That passes unanimously. And so then we move the amended motion, which is that council approve a council compensation adjustment to a target market 3rd quartile, P75, with a financial impact of approximately $49,000, $147.68, and that begin on November the 15th of 2022. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now we're in a pickle. I am now at a loss, and I will look to Clerk Almas to see what happens next. Do I hand the chair back to the mayor? Excellent.
Yes.
I hand the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McLeod. So we've had 2 items tabled. Both of them have been defeated. There is opportunity to put something on the table that would be either the remaining option or an option that somebody else would like to table for consideration. Councillor Berman.
Thank you, Mayor Hall. We haven't done nobody's tabled option 1 yet, have they? 2 and 3 we did.
Correct.
Okay, so I would propose option 1 with 2 changes. That the deputy mayor and the councillor one are fine. I would add in the that it starts November 15th or the next term, and I would change the mayor total to the one that was in option 3. Or option 2 and option 3, I think. Yep.
Okay. Clerk Almas.
Thank you, Your Worship. I should note as well, further to the approved Gallagher amounts, there's very slight differences. So the recommendation from Gallagher that's already approved actually had a higher compensation that was approved by approximately $300. And it was slightly lower than the recommendation for the councillor position at P3 by only, I believe, approximately $50. So my suggestion, if you're sticking with the P3, that the recommendation be the higher of the 2 that are approved. Again, it's only a combined $400 or $500 difference.
Mr. Berman?
I'm good with the clerk's recommendation.
Okay.
Then, so just to be clear, so it would be, maybe you could.
Certainly. So the position of mayor that was recommended today was 49,138, and the previously approved amount was 49,458. So it is $300 or so more that was previously approved. So if you approved what was proposed this evening, it would actually be a decrease. And with the recommendation pertaining to the deputy mayor, it remains the same. And the recommendation with respect to a counselor, today you received the recommendation from the presentation at 26,757, and what was previously approved was slightly lower at 26,712. So like I said, approximately $40.
So through you, Mayor Hall, I think then maybe I don't even need to say that I'm talking about option one, that the two things I'd want to vote on would be that the mayor salary would be the one from options 2 and 3, and that it doesn't start until next term.
If I may ask one question of clarification, Clerk Almas. This is a report that has been presented by a consultant, not staff. We have 3 recommendations under compensation. 2 have already been tabled and defeated. This is not a staff report, which you've just confirmed. So I just want to be double check. I mean, we have the latitude, quite frankly, to create something that is outside the 3 that was presented.
Correct.
Which it appears that is what we are doing. So, Councillor Berman, what I would like from you, sir, if you'd be so kind, is just to reiterate, forget number 1. What would you like?
Well, thank you, Mayor Hall. I would like to propose that the mayor compensation be increased to the dollar figure that's addressed in options 2 and 3. And that the whole thing take effect at the start of the next term. The wage increase for the mayor take effect at the start of the next term.
So there's no reference to the deputy mayor's position, no reference to the council position.
Correct.
Just on a point of order,
Yeah,
we voted on the
number 3.
first one. That was the recommendation for number 3, which was defeated 4-4.
Yep.
Through you, Mayor Hall. Option 3 included the deputy mayor and council, which I'm not including, and didn't include the start date, which I am including, but I'm fine if it's considered all the same thing.
Okay. My understanding was number 3 was to the position of mayor. It's already been tabled. It's already been defeated.
Taking the other 2 out doesn't matter then. Okay.
Well, what you're doing is you're tabling the same motion that's already been tabled and defeated, which you can't do, unfortunately.
My apologies. I thought by taking those 2 things out and adding in the date, it would make a difference. If it doesn't, then that's...
Well, the date was part of the other one as well as an amendment. Councillor, I'll come back to you. Councillor Hamlin.
Pardon me, Councillor Hamlin, can you turn on your microphone? Pardon me, I'm very sorry to interject. We are experiencing technical difficulties here. I'm not getting your sound through the system there, Councillor
Okay, I
Hamlin.
just turned it
apologize.
on again. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Can you speak? Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. On the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, oh, I can hear the difference. Yeah. If I can suggest council, they can read it themselves. It's section 4, little I, and it says that a council member can vote on their salary or remuneration as a council member, and they don't have to take all the steps as if it was a conflict. It's not considered one. That's how I read it, but I recommend everyone have a look themselves, because I can't give an opinion either. So back to my motion, however, on the mayor's compensation. So that I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you.
So that motion has been tabled. That is the P75, and it was turned down.
No, I believe if I can just clarify, the third option was the mayor's salary was increased, the deputy mayor no increase, and the councillors no increase. My motion, however, is just to sever out the mayor's compensation with my motion. And then secondly, we'll have a second motion, which I'm happy to bring, which is for the deputy mayor's. And the third one would be a separate motion for what the councillor's compensation would be. I don't think we need to tie them all together. I think it's confusing for me at least. So if we can tie just deal with the mayor's compensation first.
So I agree with you, Councillor Hamlin, in the sense that it would be nice to deal with them independently. I'm just afraid of what we've already done, and I just want to make sure through the clerk that we haven't tied our hands behind our back. I will say this, Clerk Almas, and this is not directed at you. Sorry, I shouldn't have raised my voice. We have good people in our audience tonight. I'm not sure why they're here. It's irrelevant. They've taken their time to be here, and it's 7:45. I'm inclined to leave this, move on with the meeting so that they can hear the parts of the meeting that they've come to hear and come back potentially, unless this is the issue that they've come to hear. But perhaps stepping away, letting it digest a little bit while we deal with some of the other parts of the meeting, and then coming back with maybe a little bit more of a clear focus. But yes.
I'm happy to refer this to the end of the meeting. I'll need a seconder, however.
I have a seconder to refer it. Councillor Madigan. Okay. And I'll call the question then. All those in favor of referring this to the end of the meeting? Thank you. So with that, I'm going to then call upon CAO Skinner to bring forward our update as it relates to the water capacity and land use planning study.
Thank you, Chair. We have a brief update for you today. It's following the pattern that the previous updates have followed. Going to have it appear on my screen properly. So next slide, please.
CEO Skinner, just while you're doing that, I'm actually going to hand the chair over to the deputy mayor, and I'm going to step away for a second.
Okay, the resolution is on this slide. It's was updated in this April, but generally it looks for a monthly update for council and the public on a number of things that are included within this deck. Next slide, please. So the situation is that the current supply of water is safe and available. Council's been very proactive and transparent. An interim control bylaw has temporarily and transparently paused development, and there are some numbers in this deck that shows how many applications have in fact continued with this new lens. And water is now allocated with a values-based servicing capacity allocation policy, or SCAP. And we're closing in on the capacity to meet our expected growth if the new plant commissioning stays on schedule for the end of 2025 or early 2026. Next slide. The policy study itself, next slide. is complete, and it did lead to a framework that includes 3 pieces. The allocation policy, or SCAP, is complete. The official plan is in your hands and in the public's hands for comments now. And we also have a zoning bylaw amendment that was passed by council but has been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So there is, on the next slide, 3 folks or 3 groups who have appealed the zoning bylaw amendment. They are listed on the slide. One of the appellants, 2554281 Ontario Limited, with respect to 121 Hume Street, is on the agenda later tonight for a site plan at that address. Next slide, please. So the exemptions, we did have on May 17th the servicing capacity allocation policy coming into effect. We're really pleased with that. We think it represents the values of the community. The first intake is complete. The second intake deadline, this is a very important date, is August 15th. So for those in the community that are looking for exemptions, they should really pay attention to that date. We have some wonderful staff at the customer service desk or the building and planning desk that can help you if you have any questions. And on our website, there's substantial information as well. If you have an exemption, you should continue through the process. And if you haven't, you should apply for the exemption or put in your planning application, as there are also some commitments to capacity being provided by council as decisions on planning applications now move forward. Next slide, please. The water plant capacity update, we have the work moving along quickly in that 120 million plus project. Next slide. We do have had today the Collingwood and New Tech water supply agreement in the public meeting. That was a special strategic initiatives committee earlier today. So if you're at all interested in the proposed details of that agreement, you can watch the video from earlier today or look at the detail in the staff report providing some of the highlights that are posted online for that. The interim UV is on track. We have a number of meetings being held. We're collaborating on how to track the servicing allocation under the new policy to be very clear and very precise around that services tracking and projecting. Next slide, please. This is a slide is up to date but has not changed from the last time that you received it. Currently, we're tracking to have the preliminary design complete this month. I have seen drafts of that going through the emails, so I think it is, I know it is on track. That will be part of a public engagement we're scheduling for the fall when people get back from holidays. We won't hit July for finalizing the agreement with New Tecumseh, but we do believe that pending council's input here and in New Tech, we will be able to have that decision made in August. We have the other items on track. The top left shows the potential additional filtration and capacity. And at this time, we're not looking at having those temporary membranes put into place. We do believe that we are on track to meet our highest priority needs without it, but it still remains to be confirmed if that will need to go forward. Next slide, please. The remaining water supply is here. We did realize after the posting of this deck that I think the very last decision related to 80 Madeline Drive, which is one SDU, still needs to be incorporated in this chart. We will confirm for the next update. But the remaining allocation of single development units until interim UV is installed is 242 single development units. When you do see the exemptions or the approvals for water coming forward, you'll see these numbers presented slightly differently, but they're the same numbers because with the remaining water, we have council has, and we had recommended to council they do this, put them into some buckets around the types of development you're looking for and the amount that council will allocate in this calendar year. Next slide, please. We do have 84 projects that have exemptions from the interim control bylaw. Some of those projects have multiple building permits. Some of the important information is on the chart on the right. which is represented in the pie chart. But of the 803 SDUs that have received exemptions, building permits have been issued for 362 SDUs. That's the blue in the bottom right of the pie chart. And there's 272 SDUs, however, for which there's no application yet for a building permit. Some of those, in fairness, were just exemptions issued quite recently by Council. And on the bottom right is some very important information that we try to emphasize each time. We do believe that in the public there may be some misunderstanding about building continuing in Collingwood. So in 2020, we had 701 building permits issued. In 2021, we had 781 building permits issued. And so far in 2022, we have 339 issued. We're about halfway through the year. We do believe we'll be on track around the same number of building permits, possibly even higher given the numbers of SDUs that have been exempted but have not had building permits applied for yet. So building does continue in Collingwood. We have a different lens. It's related to complete communities and the types of development that is in line with our values. And I believe that's the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, CAO Skinner. With that, we will move then to the next item on our agenda, which is staff reports. And first is the standing committee report, and there were 6 items. One has been split out, and that is the item related to 121 Hume Street. The other 5 were approved unanimously at the Development Operations Services Standing Committee on July 11, 2022. I'll read them out, and then if anyone would like to pull for additional questions, we'll do so at that time. So the Council received the Development Operations Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held July 11, 2022, and hereby approved the recommendations contained within the report as presented. P 2022-0-24, Heritage Designation of 310 7th Street and 294 Beach Street. The recommendation to direct staff to issue a notice of intention to designate for 310 7th Street and 294 Beach Street and bring forward a designation bylaw for the properties within 120 days of publication of the notice. P 2022-26, approval and authorization bylaw to execute an amending site plan control agreement, the property known as 19 Keith Avenue, Livingstone Retirement Home. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-064, being a bylaw to amend interim control bylaw number 2021-024, be enacted and passed this 25th day of July 2022. And be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-065, being a bylaw to execute an amending site plan control agreement for the property municipally addressed as 19th Keith Avenue, be enacted and passed this 25th day of July 2022. PW 2022-15 is 545 10th Line Public Work Facility Life Cycle and Salt Storage Facility budget increases. Recommendation to authorize a total budget increase of $94,075 for 545 10th Line Public Works Facility Life Cycle improvements to be funded through the federal gas tax LED lighting project, and the remainder from the Life Cycle Reserve Fund and the Development Charge Reserve Fund, and authorize a budget increase for the salt storage facility of $125,000 to be funded from the Development Charge Reserve Fund, 50%, and the Life Cycle Reserve Fund for the other 50%. And the last being the Collingwood Heritage Committee minutes of June 20, 2022, recommendation to refer HER 029-2022 regarding the demolition of 58 St. Paul Street to staff for review. So before I look for a mover and seconder, which would be our chair and vice chair from that respective committee, is there any item that an individual would like to speak to this evening? Yes, Councillor Jaffrey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. PW 2022-15 regarding 545 10th Street, 10th line, I think that would say. I asked 2 questions at committee, and I must have asked them very badly because the answers were, I guess, great information, but not what I had asked. So I'd like to ask them again if I could.
Okay. Yep, go ahead, please.
Okay. All right. So my first question regarding the financial impact was the fact that we take great solace when we read a report that says, oh, these funds are coming out of reserve. And then we kind of go, you know, phew, not doing anything to our current budget or our current spending. But the reality is as we deplete reserves, it puts pressure on us at budget time in some cases to have to replenish them, which puts pressure on our budget discussions. So my question was specific to this 545 10th line was what impact was the changes to those reserves going to make for us, and going forward on decisions. I think it would be good information to have to understand if it's going to cause some pressure in our taxation in having to replenish those reserves.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. CEO Skinner, is that something that, yes, our treasurer has popped up. Treasurer Quinlan, if you could answer that.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor Hall. To Councillor Jeffrey, I apologize, but I wasn't prepared to answer that question, but I can share that we certainly could take a look and provide a forecast of that specific reserve. I think it is a broad question, and it does, and a great question for that matter. Unfortunately, I just don't have the details in front of me to answer it today.
I think it's something important for us to be considering as we take on these reports. My second question was in terms of the RFP for one of the projects was within the project was with respect to our ability in our procurement to prohibit certain bad performers or what other cases may come up in the history of our dealings with certain providers as to how that we don't have to accept bids from them in our RFP process, or how that is managed. And I believe the treasurer and or the clerk had given me an answer previously, maybe something regarding to the point system, but I'd like to have a better understanding about how we can prohibit those that do not perform well for us previously in processes going forward.
Okay. I will direct it through the CAO to the appropriate individual. I know that there are maybe a few others around the table that would share the concern. So if it could be addressed tonight, great. If not, maybe that is something that could come back, because I know it's of interest to a number of people here at the table.
Thank you, Chair. And we did hear Councillor Jeffrey's question on the the ability to prohibit bidders in the future. So I'm going to ask the clerk to talk about what that might look like.
Okay, great.
Certainly, thank you. I believe that we do have some language in our procurement bylaw, and I would have to, my apologies, I don't have it up right now, but if that's something that I can report back under one of our standing committee SIC meetings, I can provide the update on what we can do, and if council wants to advance any further strengthening of the language with that respect, we could suggest some.
Okay. Councillor Jeffrey, you're good with that?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Doherty?
Yes, thank you. I would like to pull 2022-2619 Keith Avenue for question to staff.
Yep, please do.
Thank you. And this is the proposed retirement facility as an addition to, or a partial addition to, the existing Cranberry or Livingstone Hotel. And I will admit that I had no concern about this application when it came forward to DNO. But since that time, we have heard from residents in the vicinity who are indicating that there are high and increased levels of traffic along Dawson Drive, which, as you know, is a condominium-sized roadway with no sidewalks. This does cause me some concern when I consider the vulnerability of the demographic that would be occupying this facility once it was built. So I was wondering if there had been any traffic studies done recently, what was the result of those counts, and based on this information, would there be a need for a traffic impact study, which was not part of the application? And through you to, I believe that Manager West is answering on behalf of Director Slama this evening.
Okay. So that is correct. So Manager West is with us.
Yes, please. That
Fantastic.
would be great.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. West.
Good evening. So my name is Stuart West. I'm the acting manager of engineering services with John Bellick, having left the town of Collingwood. I think I can answer that question. So Dawson Drive, just to clarify, is a local municipal road. It is a rural cross section with ditches instead of curb and gutter and storm sewer. So unfortunately, no, the roadway was constructed in that rural cross section, and due to that, and so I guess confines with the right-of-way width and the road width, there would not be room for a sidewalk to be constructed without impacts to the ditch system. So it would require a full urban reconstruction of the road network to urbanize it and create, I guess, room for the sidewalk. So there's a few kind of aspects to that question. One, I think, was the question was, is a traffic impact study required? And engineering services did review that at the onset of the applications. I think that was back in 2020 when it all started. And we did some analysis, and really what's happening is that the use of the facility is changing from primarily hotel use to a mixture of retirement residence for seniors, excuse me, and also a mix of hotel use as well. So the ITE manual is the resource that traffic engineers point to, and it really provides estimates on traffic generation associated with these types of developments. So in the case of a hotel, you're looking at about 2.5 times higher the traffic generated from a hotel use versus a retirement seniors facility. So because although that, yes, the number of rooms and the floor areas are increasing with the proposed development, the actual traffic generated from the site is essentially very minimal. There really would not be an estimated increase in the number of trips being generated from the site. So what I mean by that is number of vehicles leaving or entering the site with the new proposed use. So because of that, engineering staff felt that a traffic impact study was not required, as there wouldn't be a negative impact on the municipal road network surrounding the development. However, having said that, there was a parking study that was completed to ensure that with the change of use and the increase in floor areas and number of rooms, that the existing parking that is on the site does have enough room to accommodate all the vehicles being parked and using the hotel and retirement facilities as just another check as well to ensure zoning is being met too. So back to you, the CAO and Mr. Mayor, through you. Was there any other parts of that question? I know there was a lot of, I guess, questions on impacts to residents as well and pedestrian connectivity. So I just wasn't sure if I was missing part of that question.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Did that provide
Yes,
clarity?
please. Yeah, pedestrian connectivity, and also if there had been any recent traffic counts or trended traffic counts.
Absolutely. Yeah, my apologies. I can speak to that as well. So town staff, unfortunately, have not been able to complete any recent traffic counts in the area within the last 2 years, mainly due to the pandemic. But we do have traffic counts that are posted on our website, and I can provide that link for the record as well. So there are traffic counts on Harbor Street West and also Cranberry Trail East, and those are the collector roads that connect to Dawson Drive. So having said that, those roads have seen an increase in the last 10 years. What I've written down here is that in 2010, there was approximately 2,000 vehicles per day on Harbor Street West. And by 2019, that's increased to about 2,700 vehicles per day. And same thing with Cranberry Trail East. There was about 1,000 vehicles per day on Cranberry Trail East, and that's increased to about 1,700 vehicles per day by 2019. So yes, traffic has increased on those collector roads. I would say that the majority of that has been from developments occurring. There's one fairly substantial development on the south side of Harbor Street West. I think it's known as the Balmoral development. So as part of that development, there were road improvements, turning lanes, and road urbanization that was completed as part of that development. And on Cranberry Trail East, there will be, once the connection between Cranberry Trail East and West is made, there will be a warrant for signals at Highway 26 as well. So that will be coming forward as a separate development application in the future. So there are, I think, development reasons for seeing that increase, but those traffic numbers are not out of the range of what one would expect for collector roadways in the town of Collingwood. So we can take those numbers and look at Dawson Drive and know that based on what we're seeing in the surrounding road networks, we aren't anticipating counts that would be out of the ordinary, I suppose, for a local municipal road in Collingwood.
Councillor Doherty?
And then it was just, I'm sorry, just the one additional question with regard to pedestrian connectivity.
Yeah. So, I mean, when we're speaking to the development application, so I suppose all I could say right now is that there is the pedestrian trail on the north side of Highway 26 that the development, the visitors and residents in the proposed development could use the trail on Highway 26 to either walk towards the commercial area to the east or into the town of Collingwood. And the Highway 26 trail does also connect west and head towards I think there's a connection through Cranberry Trail East and West towards the Georgian Trail as well, if they go the other direction. So if we're talking to the development and how the connectivity of that development goes to the network, then I'd say that would be the pedestrian connection there. And in terms of Dawson Drive specifically, there are unfortunately only right now room for paint markings on the shoulders of Dawson Drive for bikes or pedestrians.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamlin?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. I just wanted to make one comment. The same file in the site plan approval. Council did receive a number of comments from concerned residents over this approval. And I wanted to let the community know that once we're at the site plan stage, the cake has been baked already in terms of height of the building, setbacks, the uses that are permitted, and so on. And there's very little that we can do at this stage in terms of the kind of concerns that were raised. And the second thing I wanted to mention was the province, in its wisdom, has recently, through changes to legislation, even taken away council's ability to approve site plans. And we dealt with this recently. And this is all part of the provincial agenda to eliminate any holdup they see local government creating in approval of development. So that site plan applications, as I say, no longer can be approved by council as part of the process. Now, our staff have told us that they intend to bring them forward, so we'll know what's happening in our community, which is pretty important if you're sitting in these chairs. So anyway, I just wanted to add that comment. Thank you.
Or anyone else around the table that wishes to pull an item for comment, question, clarification? If I could, I'd like to just ask one question of clarification. And I do apologize in advance because these items came in and quite frankly, haven't had an opportunity to simply reach out and ask this question. But the one question that was asked by a number of residents was the ability to comment, and they weren't commenting on an actual public meeting that we witnessed tonight, but the fact that the notification that was posted didn't identify the property in its proper location. That's the comment that's being made. I didn't verify that, but I just wanted to make sure that that was tabled simply because I don't want a person to be disenfranchised of the opportunity to make comment at the appropriate time, which was development operation, if in fact the property itself was not mapped accordingly. Again, I'm simply passing that along. I didn't verify that myself. The question I may pose then, and I am putting staff on the spot, and I do apologize, does that necessitate sending this back to DNO so that persons can have an opportunity to comment, or the fact that they've provided written submissions as they have today, yesterday, the day before, is that sufficient?
Yeah, thank you to you, Mr. Chair. So as Councillor Hamlin alluded to, when we arrive at the site planning stage, we're at the very end of a longer term planning process. So there actually is no requirement for public circulation or a public meeting under the Planning Act. And there's very limited appeal rights as well related to site plan control applications. This particular council, due to their desire for potentially more transparency than perhaps the Planning Act would require, does bring site plan applications through the committee level to provide community members the opportunity to comment, but a circulation or identification of the property isn't necessarily legislatively required. Of course, this council does have the opportunity to refer the matter back to staff or defer the decision if they wish to have some additional notice provided.
Okay. And I do appreciate the comment, and the point as it relates to the public meeting is well understood and well taken. I was just wanted to make sure that the reference as it relates to the appropriate time, which was DNO, that if somebody had missed that opportunity because of a mapping issue, as I say, I'm just simply conveying that. So, okay. Okay. Any other questions of comment clarification then? So I've read out the 5 items that were tabled. Does anyone wish to sever any of the items as we generally vote on them as a package? Seeing none, can I get a mover and seconder then for these items? I've got Councillor Madigan, I've got Councillor Hamlin. There is no further question or discussion on these items. I will then call the vote. Those in the affirmative. And that is unanimous. Thank you. As I referenced earlier, there was 11.1.2, which was severed out from development operations, and this is in relation to 121 Hume Street. And I'll just read it in, and I'll read in the amendment that staff has proposed, and then ask them to comment before voting. That staff report P 2022-25 approval and authorization by law to execute a site plan control agreement 121 Hume Street mixed use commercial residential building be received. Further, that council approves site plan application file number D11420 amendment, and further that council enact and pass an authorization by law to execute a site plan control agreement for the development of a mixed-use commercial residential building at the property municipally addressed as 121 Hume Street, subject to the receipt of the required securities within 4 weeks of the date of this approval, to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning, Building, and Economic Development. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-66, being a bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement for the municipal. Actually, you know what? I'm going to stop there. And I'll do the bylaw separately. So can I get a mover and seconder for the first part to get on the table? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Berman, and staff, would you like to comment as to the amendment of this item that was passed unanimously at DNO?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can certainly start. And we also have Manager Ayres with us as well, should there be more detailed questions. The amendment to the motion was at the request of the property owner, who was seeking a condition be added to the approval, which would allow them an additional 4 weeks to post the required securities and before the site plan agreement would be executed. And that is what you see in the amended resolution before you tonight. The additional small changes to the site plan agreement included clarification that should the site plan agreement be declared null and void for whatever reason in the future, any remaining securities would be returned to the property owner, as well as including provisions to ensure that future condominium corporation or owners, should there be a future application, would be well aware of their responsibilities for costs of common elements. That would be the essence of the amendments. And again, Manager Ayres is here if there are more detailed questions.
Okay, I appreciate the detailed update. Are there any questions specific to the amendment? Okay, so I did have a mover and seconder for these 3 items. Seeing no further question or comment, I'll call the vote. All those in the affirmative. And that's carried unanimously. I had noted Councillor Madigan stepped away at 8:20. I'll look to the same mover and seconder, if I may, for the bylaw. Be it resolved, the bylaw number 2022-066, being a bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement for the property municipally addressed as 121 Hume Street, be enacted and passed this 25th day of July, 2022. Call the question. Those in the affirmative. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Motions. We have 3 this evening. We have the first 2 are Councillor Hamlin's. And Councillor Hamlin, would you like to read in your first motion?
Yes, thank you very much. So the first one is 12.1, conversion of town facilities to LED lighting and completion of town street side infrastructure aesthetics. Whereas on October 16, 2019, Council of the Town of Collingwood declared a climate crisis, directing staff to communicate and investigate actions that are being and can be undertaken within the municipal mandate to combat climate change. And whereas the Town of Collingwood's Energy Conservation and Demand Management Plan, 2019 to 2024, identifies that the town's current approach is to retrofit existing lighting to LED lights when repairs are required, but considers the possibility of a more formal and streamlined approach as a desired outcome. And whereas the town has recently received facility condition assessments that provide a comprehensive inventory of light retrofit upgrade opportunities, now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to provide estimates in the 2023 budget of timing of completion of all retrofit, of the retrofit of all relevant lighting to LED technology within town-owned buildings, and that council directs staff to provide estimates in the 2023 budget for timing of completion of aesthetic work for fire hydrants, light standards, and other street-side infrastructure on First Street and Pretty River Parkway.
Do you have a seconder to get it on the table? Councillor Doherty? Okay. And would you like to speak first or last?
Yes, I'll speak first. Thank you. This arose out of discussions before the committee and on the item that we dealt with earlier this evening, and that was approving the changing of lights in the shop for Public Works on the 10th line. And what the staff report indicated that by changing the existing lighting there to LED lights, we would be saving over 56,000 kilowatts per year of energy, which is significant, and also saving another $10,000 annually for the maintenance and electricity costs, so that the payback of changing the lights would be totally paid for in 5 years, and then we'd have years of kilowatt hour savings and the costs. So it just seemed prudent to me that we ask our staff in their budget for next year to see what the ramification would be and whether we could afford to switch all of our remaining lights within this, as they've identified in their reports, to LED now and take advantage. The second part of that motion that I have read out, this arises out of some comments we received from members of our community about the infrastructure on First Street and Pretty River Parkway. And at our committee meeting, our Director of Public Works, Engineering and the Environment indicated that although these various street infrastructure equipment might not look very nice and the paint was peeling and so on, as long as it was structurally sound and not about to fall over on passing cars or pedestrians, Public Works wouldn't typically make any changes or get out the paintbrush. So it just seemed again prudent that in 2023 the next council have an opportunity for staff to present to it what the budget impact would be if we improved our street infrastructure on First Street and Pretty River Parkway, which is the most significant roadway in our community in terms of the traffic on it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any questions, comments? Okay. Pretty straightforward. So I've got a mover and seconder in Councillor Doherty. Seeing no questions, I'll call the vote. All those in the affirmative. That is unanimous. Great, thank you. Number two.
Thank you. So I'll just read the motion here. Whereas the town of Collingwood's community-based strategic plan includes a vision of a vibrant downtown and community supported by a sense of community spirit and civic pride, and whereas many utility boxes and other prominent pieces of infrastructure owned by private utility corporations are in varying states of disrepair throughout the town of Collingwood, now therefore be it resolved that the mayor provide a letter to the CEOs, that's chief executive officers of each corporation owning utility within the town deemed to be in an unacceptable condition, requesting they immediately repair or replace the affected infrastructure.
And do you have a seconder for that particular item? Yep. Councillor Doherty, thank you. And again, would you care to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. This, again, arises out of complaints of the community, and I know we all hear that little things matter, and on every street there are these boxes from the private utilities corporations that are falling over, that have wires spilling out of them, and so on. And in speaking with staff, I have determined that they do write these utility corporations from time to time and their requests are going unanswered. So I was hoping that perhaps if we just elevated the conversation to higher levels, that perhaps we could get these boxes repaired before we have to take even stronger action. So that's my request, that a letter come from yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall, and I'm hoping that Councillor Hammond will see this as a friendly amendment, but also addressing the double polling that occurs when Town of Collingwood, whatever, makes changes to the power structure, and then Rogers and whoever Bell, they don't come over and move their lines over to the new poles, and people have to endure 100 poles instead of 50 poles along a laneway. So if that's friendly enough, I'd like to add that follow-up in as well.
Consider it friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Points of clarification? Okay. Yes, sir.
Is there already a list, or are staff expected to drive around the community looking for various boxes? Assuming it's on a GIS database somewhere, but I mean, is there already an existing list of unacceptable?
Maybe through to the CAO. Is there somebody that can?
Thank you, Chair. I think potentially Stuart West may, if he's still on the line, have knowledge if there is a list. I'm not aware of a specific list, although I have observed some of the boxes and double polling in driving around town.
Okay. Mr. West?
Thank you, through you to you, Mr. Mayor. Wow, I wasn't expected to speak a couple times tonight. But anyway, I can absolutely take that question back to other municipal staff in engineering and public works. I know that engineering reviews, they're called MC, municipal consent requests, and those come from the various utilities that have agreements with the town to have their utilities within the municipal right-of-way. So I'm not aware specifically of a database of utility boxes that are in disrepair, but it's possible that Public Works is also more aware of the current state of some of those utility boxes in the on the roads. So if that's all right, I'd like to take that question back to the manager of Public Works, and we can share if there's any other records that we have.
Okay, thank you. Yes, CEO Skinner.
Thank you. If I could add to that question, Chair, via you. I think maybe if it's acceptable to those making the motion, the idea of writing the utility companies asking if they keep records of their utilities, and in fact the condition, and emphasizing the importance of functioning equipment with proper aesthetics might be a good first step. I wonder about the time available to shortlist the actual locations. Staff would very much be open if there were suggested locations from the council or others. We can put examples in, but I think to get a long list at this point may be difficult. Thank you.
If I could maybe just help expedite, and Councillor Hamlin, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the utility, the one that's really in question, is the brown vertical box. And I think that it is a very safe comment to make that you'd be hard pressed to find one that is in good repair versus not. And I think the part that is frustrating is that these utilities, unlike other of the larger ones that are on the public boulevard, these vertical ones tend to be on private property. And yet, so we're asking people to maintain a property standard, i.e., cut the grass, etc. And yet in the corner of their property, they've got a box that's half fallen open, or it's taped together with electrical tape, etc. So that's I would start with that, and I say it with tongue in cheek, but find me one that's in good repair. Anyway, if there are no other, yes.
Yeah, perhaps the letter, and I'll leave it to the wordsmithing to yourself and staff, but could just say ask them to repair all of their boxes because they're a disgrace.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. With that, then I'll call the question. Those in the affirmative. Great. And that is unanimous. 2 for 2. Councillor or Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, you're up.
I am, and thank you very much. And I'm going to request that this motion be deferred, or referred rather, to our Economic Development Manager. I want to, there are reasons, and I'll bring them to you when we're done. So I will withdraw this for today and refer it to a future meeting. Thank you.
Very good. With that, that takes us to item 13, notice of motion. I was not aware of any. Are there any notices of motion tonight? Seeing none. County report, I have nothing to offer. I don't think that we are not meeting this month. Our next meeting is, let's go with the 8th or 9th of August. And we could certainly bring forward something at the next council meeting following. That leads us to our consent agenda. There is one item, and that being that the council hear and receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the author and not verified or approved as being correct. The item is 15.1, the proclamation of Fairtsimco Pride, July 25 to August 7, 2022. There will be a flag raising here on the 2nd of August at 1 p.m. And could I get a mover and a seconder to receive that item? I've got Councillor Jeffrey, the Acting Deputy Mayor. And before I call the vote, I'm just going to quickly comment that as it relates to the county, the county raised this flag today, but we'll do it on the 2nd. So with that said, call the vote to receive. All those in the affirmative, and that's carried. Thank you. Okay. That takes us to council business. And I think at this point, before we go to old or deferred or other, I'm going to take us back to item 9.1, and specifically the second part, which relates to the compensation, and pick up the conversation where we left off. So I will go back to you, Councillor Hamlin. So you had tabled the motion specific to severing out the 3, and you were starting with the mayor. So I'm going to go there with the one caveat that unless the clerk deems that the first part has already been dealt with, if it's deemed it's a new one, then we'll deal with it.
Well, and perhaps if I may add, change my motion slightly.
Okay.
I could change the remuneration for the mayor, and I can't find the number again. To 60,900. So it wouldn't be exactly the motion that had been voted on before.
Okay. And just for clarification, you had asked me to sever out the 3 positions. You'll table them independently. So with that said, 60,900. I sound like an auctioneer. Do I have a second? Do I have a seconder? I have Councillor Jeffrey. We've had good discussion on this, but I do want to ask the question of clarity, and it's probably the one you are. This is to start with the outset of the new term?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay, so 60,900 starting at the outset of the term. I've got a mover, seconder. Those voting in the affirmative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. Did you vote?
I have not voted. I am still trying to understand what exactly we're doing here, because and I apologize. I'm going to need some clarification, and I do apologize for taking up any more time. But so we've already voted on basically what is item number 3 in this report, and it has been defeated, and so now we're voting on it again with a $900 reduction, and that's all we're doing here with the promise of more to come. which strikes me.
So can I just jump in? That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
What we're doing is, respectfully, in my opinion, the 3 items that were put forward within the report today, done. Councillor Hamlin then requested that the 3 positions be severed out, and she's going to introduce them one at a time with a dollar figure attached so that they are identified as new motions as opposed to the ones that were previously defeated. Okay.
Thank you. I feel as though there was an option that Councillor Berman was bringing forward that somehow got railed, and then we ended up here on this. And anyway. Okay. So I think I voted against this in the first place. I'm trying to remember now. It was so long ago. However,
Sorry.
5. So there we go.
Okay. Okay. So noted. So Clerk Almas, that's 5-3. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hamlin.
So my second motion would be that the compensation of the deputy mayor be increased by $800 from the current amount. So this is slightly more than a 2% increase than current.
Okay. Do you
I
have a
don't know the
seconder for
exact
that?
amount. Sorry.
Okay. Councillor Doherty, any questions specific to that? Yes, no. Okay, call the question. Those in the affirmative? Okay, that is defeated in a tie. So I'm going to, Councillor Hamlin, if you'd like to table the last one related to the position of councillor, and then we'll come back to deputy mayor if so needed. Or clearly I'm being sent a message tonight, so go ahead.
That the councillor compensation be increased to $30,000, which is equal to the P75, almost the P75 of the peer group. Yeah. And if I can just speak to that briefly, this was the amount that our consultants suggested would put us in line with those who have similar budget amounts to our community, but had lesser full-time population. But they felt that the complexity of the job was more equal and could be looked to more fully by having regard to the budget amount. So that was that's what caught my eye particularly about that analysis. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I should have interjected just to get a seconder. So do we have a seconder for
sorry.
that? Councillor Jeffrey? Okay. Any questions specific to what's been proposed? I'll call the question. Those in the affirmative. Those opposed? And that is defeated. So, Councillor Hamlin, I appreciate you putting those forward. Acting Deputy Mayor, I'm going to get you to take the chair for a second.
Sure.
Great. Here's my motion on the table. The motion is that the guy sitting there, he or she, status quo. It was identified in the report that the current wage compensation was above pay grade. So I'm tabling, my motion is that that position remains status quo. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Berman. I'll let you call the question, please. Sorry, what? Yes.
Councillor Jeffrey, do you have comment on this motion that has been brought by
I heard somebody say call the vote, and I went, whoa.
I was asking her to call the vote.
There we go.
Well, I'm saying
yes.
no.
So you have a seconder in Councillor
Councillor
Berman.
Berman.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I find that a bit insulting. I really think for all the reasons that were explained in there for the next term of council, I think we're failing big time in our assessment of what's required to sit around this table for whatever your reasons are. I won't be supporting status quo. I won't. It's unreasonable in the current climate of increasing costs for everyone, and for what we do. I can't support status quo.
I'm going to look to the clerk because she has something to say.
Sorry, it's a clarification on the status quo of one single position, and was that the deputy mayor position?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you. And I'll actually turn to the mover on this one as well. And when you say status quo, you mean with regard to the Hempson report that came through in November of 2021, yes?
Gallagher.
Yeah, the Gallagher report. Yeah.
Gallagher, sorry. Hempson, Gallagher, all those KPMG, the Gallagher report. And so that actually, just for clarification and the edification of this council, is actually including a small increase for the deputy mayor. No, zero increase for the deputy mayor. Okay. Thank you. Just so everyone is aware of what we're voting on. Councillor Carrier.
Question of clarification. Was the Gallagher report included in our agenda? Because I'm not familiar with the Gallagher report. Compensation report was.
Go ahead, Clerk Almas.
Clerk Almas, sorry.
Certainly, no, it was not specifically added to the agenda. It might have been referenced within the compensation governance partners report, but it was not specifically added.
However, I believe, to add to that clarification, I believe we all received an email regarding with a chart that had that information contained within it on Friday, I believe. Councillor Carrier? I believe we did. Oh,
Today.
it was today. Yeah. There we go.
It was today?
Apparently, according to
Time today. Out of curiosity.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take the chair back.
Okay,
if I may.
please do.
Okay. Did we get a seconder?
We did have a seconder. It was Councillor Berman, and we can call the question if that's there was an email with that. There was a chart, and there was a chart during the presentation earlier tonight, that was up on the screen for us. Here it comes now again. There you go. This is what was approved by council in November, as far as I understand it.
Okay. It's not going to change my vote. It was being referenced, and I was not familiar with the material.
Right.
And I
Thank you.
usually like to do my homework. So
Happy to call the question. Councillor Jeffrey had her request to speak up. Did you?
No, just say thank you for the clarification because I clearly misunderstood what we were doing.
There we go. Councillor Doherty.
So, and just through you to the clerk. So because the Gallagher approved recommended salary levels for deputy mayor and councillor are already approved, why?
Clerk
I don't
Almas?
understand why we're voting again.
Clerk Almas?
Thank you. That's a great question. It is not necessary, actually. It is the approved amount. It's the same. So
There we go. Thank you. Any other questions? And with that, I will call the question that has been moved and seconded here. So all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And all those are 7 rather, and all those opposed? 1. There we go. And I relinquish the chair back to Acting Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty, point well taken. And the motion I could have tabled was maybe just to support the report or as a confirmation of the report as opposed to status quo. So point taken. We have not addressed the position of councillor in the positive. We are very dangerously leaning in a direction. So I'm looking for somebody to either put a motion on the table to affirm essentially, and I hate to use the word status quo or what was previously approved, or come up with something that that can be contemplated. Go ahead, Acting Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I will move that that we affirm the decisions that were made by this council previously, and I'll look for a seconder. Either one of them will do.
I'm just going to get you to change the language, and that is that you're affirming the decision specific to the seat of councillor.
Correct.
Thank
to
you.
The seat of councillor.
Yeah, because the other two. Okay, Councillor Madigan, you are my seconder. Thank you. Any questions specific to that item? Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, and I apologize if my brain has shut down. However, what are the implications if we don't affirm this?
Clerk Olmos?
So, Compensation Governance Partners today recommended a $45 increase at P50. So if we remain at the Gallagher approved, it's $45 less than P50.
But what is the question? Are we affirming the Gallagher approved? Is that what we're affirming it?
And just for clarification, that's the amount you're identified. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Hamlin.
Yeah, thank you. The Gallagher report, if I recall, didn't have an analysis like the one we've had before us tonight, which looked at a much broader range of comparable communities and recognized the significance of the investment of time and energy that our counselors now make. I understand those who think that, you know, stepping forward to be a counselor should be a public service. And we're lucky we get any pay whatsoever. But I also offer up that this is only a sentiment that's thought about at the local level. And certainly our provincial counterparts don't see their job as something that they do for free because it's a public service. This is a much bigger discussion, of course, and I'm not going to go on, but I think we're not doing a proper service to those men and women who will step up and serve our community by saying 26,000 or 25,000 is enough and it should be a public service. I am a person who has volunteered since they were 8 years old. And I'm talking selling tags for the Humane Society at local corner stores. I have volunteered through high school, law school, university, while I was working, after. I mean, I have always stepped up, and I stepped up to serve here. But I have to say, having sat here for almost 4 years now, I fully believe that this job is bigger and has more responsibilities than any volunteer position I've had. And I urge council really to think about what they're asking those who are going to come forward and sit in these chairs next year, because we have 5 vacancies to fill. And I know all of us here have thought about this as a public service, and we should all do it for $25,000 a year. But I urge you to think about what this report has said to us, and it's opened my eyes, that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Carrier.
I'm going to take some umbrage with those comments. There's 9 positions to fill, not 5. Secondly, the private sector has just gone through 2.5 years of hell through the pandemic. There's been a lot of people who've lost their jobs, seen no compensation at all. Council has a compensation policy where they are given the same rate that the non-union staff get. So you do receive a cost of living increase per year. So you have kept pace with rate of inflation the last time that the major compensation reviews were done. So balancing those concerns that I have, I've served 13 years and a few months now in public service, and we all volunteer within the community and do many different things for the community. So I respect your opinion. I disagree with it, but your opinion certainly isn't wrong. It is your opinion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. would just like to offer this and just go back one step, and that is that, and I'm glad that Councillor Jeffrey, you clarified with your question. So when I was referring to status quo, it was specific to the role of deputy mayor, because that was a position that I thought through the conversation, through the presentation, through the information that was conveyed, became very clear that it didn't matter who you were talking to, whether it was a former deputy mayor, other members of council, the public. That was a position where there seemed to be some general consensus that the status quo was appropriate. So I'm comfortable with that. I also agree, the report that was brought forward, the Gallagher report, I conveyed at that time, I think when it was established that evening, either that evening or subsequently, that I was quite disappointed because it wasn't what I was thinking. And it was either through a misunderstanding on my part, or I just was disappointed because I was actually anticipating that that night we were receiving something that was similar to what was conveyed tonight. That was just a general comparator of like, well, there's X number of municipalities and here's what you get paid. I mean, there was more to it than that, but it was not much more in terms of in-depth analysis or offering, a direction for one to go. And so my only comment would be, I fully understand the complexities as it relates to, having a conversation about one's compensation when we are coming out of a pandemic, when there are people within the community, whether they be in the private or public sector, who may or may not have received, adjustments in compensation. And there's a full recognition that having this type of a conversation as we're going into an election, it can be uncomfortable. But at the same time, I think that individuals, and if I think through the lens of my other profession, we don't fight hard enough to explain to people what it is that we do, what the role is, and why there is the justification. And I think that, again, I go back to my earlier comments from several hours ago. If we did a better job of communicating that, I think there would be a better appreciation that not Collingwood, but just local politicians in general are underpaid for the work that's done, for the expectation from the constituent, and the risk and liability that one takes on in what is deemed to be a part-time job. So with that, unfortunately, I won't be supporting the dollar figure that was on the board at the moment. But I will call unless there are any other questions. So I will call the question. Those in the affirmative of the acting deputy mayor's motion.
Apologies. Can I just confirm the seconder? Perfect. Okay.
Okay. Those in the affirmative. 3 and opposed. And that's defeated. Councillor Jeffrey.
You saw me reaching for it. Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I'm just going to propose splitting the difference and going to 28,000. It recognizes some increased pressures and gives a little more leeway, but it's halfway between the P75 that was supported in the report and the 26. It's more than what's been contemplated here, but I can't believe how much you guys don't value the work of the councillors around this table.
Seconder. Okay. Acting Deputy Mayor. Any questions, comments?
Yes.
Okay. With that, yes, sir.
I do value the work that we do, and to imply otherwise is offensive.
I
value
apologize.
it differently.
Yes, we do.
And I respect your opinion, and I'm asking you to respect mine.
I will, but I'm still flabbergasted at what I'm hearing.
Okay. So we've got a mover and seconder, and we have a dollar figure that splits the difference. that would commence at the outset of the next term. Those in the affirmative. And I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed. So noted, and that is carried. That takes us back to old or deferred business. Is there, under item 16.1, is there any old or deferred business this evening? Under 16.2, is there any other business? Okay. Before I read out the confirmatory bylaw, Clerk Almus, prior to our earlier discussions this evening in camera, is there any further to that, or is that item put to bed for the evening? Perfect. Thank you. So with that, bylaw number 2022-67, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings, the regular meeting of council held July 25, 2022, be enacted and passed this 25th day of July 2022. Can I have a mover and a seconder? I've got Councillor Berman and I've got Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey, notice to adjourn. All those in favor?